All right. Excuse me. Clear that out. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon experiment. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you till about 5 o'clock. Got a few things going on today. I appreciate all of y'all. I know Randall Wyatt is over there wrapping it up. Says his daughter's birthday. Happy birthday to the daughter. Can't beat the daughters and the granddaughters. You can't beat that, man. You can't beat that, especially as a father. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you don't know what I'm saying. If you're not a father, then I hate when people say that. You still understand what love is. You don't have to be a father to understand what love is. So, but happy birthday to his daughter, and hopefully they go out and have a good time. All right, let's get it started. Y'all know I start off the show by saying hello to everybody. So if you really want to, just wait to get to the meat of the show, check back in 15 minutes. Check back in 15 minutes. Let me say hi to the people who say hi to me. Erica Hummins, representing Reading. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Erica. Got Maria Smith in the house. Good afternoon, representing North College Hill out there. All right. Pamela Kinney. Good afternoon, Pamela Kinney, representing North Avondale. Brent Beard in the house, representing Dallas, Texas. And rounding out the top 5, Brenda Early, representing Fairfield. All right. Thank you guys for checking us out. Thank you for your support and for being fast on the trigger. I appreciate y'all. If y'all can't tell, I'm tired today. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I was up late watching the basketball game. It was worth it. And then I had to get up early and do some stuff. So I am sleep deprived, but it was worth it. It was a good game last night. David Herring in the house. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Dee Dee Williams. Good afternoon, Dee Dee. I appreciate you. Terry Anderson in the house. Good afternoon. Terry representing downtown. Yo Underwood says good afternoon, everyone. He's representing LaDonna Howard's basement today. All right. David says he's representing Butler County. Let Lil Baby hit the countdown. We still haven't done the countdown. Daryl Carpenter, say what up. He's representing Forest Park, and he say hey to all the hoes out there. Good afternoon, Daryl. Shahira Shine in the house, representing Sycamore Township / Sharonville. Good afternoon, Shahira. Good afternoon. Andrea Bustle, representing downtown. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Andrea. Shannon's representing 75. All right. Good afternoon, Shannon. Brenda, talking to Yo Underwood. Okay. Bonita in the house, representing Roseline. Good afternoon. Got Jacqueline Carter out there in Evanston. Good afternoon, Jacqueline. Chelsea Livingston. Guess who has 2 thumbs and a 4.0 this semester? All right. Well, congratulations, Chelsea. Congratulations. So you handling that and keeping me in good standing with the rest of the family. You are multi-talented, young lady. Good to see you. Good to hear from you. Congratulations and welcome to the show. Louis Talbert, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Louis. Dina Johnson, Angels checking in from Walnut Hills. That's right, angels live and walk amongst us. And from time to time, they say hi to us in the chat. Let me see. Tanika, good afternoon. She's representing beautiful Orlando, Florida. Good afternoon, Tanika. Jason Dockery, representing Fairfield. Good afternoon. Sierra in the house. I would have been here sooner if Wyatt and his callers weren't crashing out. I heard some of that. I don't care what y'all say. CK and Ron won. No, I don't know who won. I just enjoyed listening to people exchange ideas, and I enjoy the passion that people have as they exchange those thoughts and ideas. And I'm glad Wyatt gives people a platform to do that. Let's see, Crystal Smith. Crystal Smith representing Hamilton. Good afternoon. Oh, Dee Dee says she's in Covedale, by the way. Drea. Ain't seen or heard from you, Drea, in a minute. Or at least I feel like it's been a minute. Drea representing Sycamore Township. Good afternoon. Valerie Davis representing Dent. Peace, Valerie Davis. Peace be unto you. One of these days, you and Mr. Freeman gonna stop all of that arguing. And y'all gonna love each other. And not in that one way that y'all keep talking about. Crystal Hoskins in the house, representing the Christ Hospital. Good afternoon. Ibadathia. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Jacqueline say Ron crazy. Ron is. He makes me laugh, and he makes me think. Yeah. Twin say, what's happening? What's happening, Eugene? What's happening? And Diane Huddleston Angel, good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, so that's it. Y'all, I'm going to hit some of this stuff fast. Daryl says, how you going to skip my check-in? Daryl, I'm pretty sure I said Daryl Carpenter in Forest Park or in the park. Did you say Forest Park or the park today? I don't remember which. And you said hi to the hoes. Yeah, I said that. I said that. How you gonna try to bully me into saying hi to you twice? Lonzo Clark representing Oakley Kroger. All right. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let me see. I got a small list of things that I wanted to talk about. But because y'all know that I don't do the whole NFL thing, and y'all know that I wasn't on yesterday, I got to put my little piece in, and it's just a little piece. If it lasts 5 minutes, I'll be shocked. I don't care who got drafted. I don't care where they got drafted. I don't care how they got drafted. And I don't care why they got drafted. But I will say this about Deion Sanders' child or children, mainly just the quarterback. Is it racism? Is it because of his daddy? Is it all of that kind of stuff? I don't know why, but I will tell you this, which is what was 100% evident, I think, to everyone. The NFL made a point to that young man or to his daddy or whoever. I don't know if they made it because of his race. I don't know if they made it because of his daddy, but they were definitely making a point. And they made a point. It's a point that I would make. It's a point that I would make. They did something that I would do. Oh, hold on. You want to be a top draft pick, but you going to try to dictate which team you go to, and you going to say you don't want to come to this team? Guess what? Ain't nobody drafting you. But we're not going to let you slip to free agency. See, your brother can slip to free agency. That's fine. And he can go sign wherever he want to sign. But your daddy said you ain't going to Cleveland. Guess what? Your black ass is going to Cleveland or you going to sit out. And you're not going to go to Cleveland as this hyped up first rounder, second rounder, third rounder, fourth rounder. You going to Cleveland in the late rounds. You're not going to be an undrafted free agent where you can go anywhere. You going to the one place that you said you ain't going. You're going late. Now what? Shut up, boy. That's the message that I felt like the NFL sent to Shedeur Sanders or Deion Sanders or Deion and Shedeur or whatever. Now, do I believe it's partially racially motivated? Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe it was racially motivated. I don't know but what about all the other black people who got drafted? So what? We make a point. We make an example. You don't have to make an example out of everybody for this thing to be racial. Like, we don't have to lynch everybody. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to lynch everybody. Pick somebody. Make an example out of it. Somebody that they all know. Somebody that's high profile. Make an example out of it. The rest of them, we don't really care about y'all, because y'all gonna fall in line once y'all see what we do to this person. And I think people understand that. Like, I heard Wyatt say, you know what? You got the teens coming into the banks. You don't have to have a whole lot of police to stop them all. You just make examples out of a few of them, and then the rest of them will fall in line. The NFL understands that. I don't gotta make an example out of everybody. I just gotta make an example out of one or two. You ain't going to Cleveland. Okay. You want to be a top draft pick. Okay, got you. I don't know if it's a call or, because they definitely collude. They definitely all talk to each other and they say, I don't care what you do. You better not sign that Colin Kaepernick. Well, but he came in and he threw for us, and I mean, he looked good. I don't care how he looked. You better not sign that Colin Kaepernick. And you better not tell nobody that we talking about this. So, no doubt in my mind, a call went around. I don't know if the call came from the league, or if the call came from Cleveland, or if the call came from Boomer, or the call came from whoever the call came from. I believe probably everybody got a call. This boy say he ain't going to Cleveland. He's going to Cleveland. Nobody else draft him. I don't care what you need or how good you think he is. Don't draft him. The only team that's allowed to draft him is Cleveland. And then let Cleveland decide what round they want to draft him in. So if they want to draft him in the 6th round, draft him in the 6th round. If they want to draft him in the 3rd round, draft him in the 3rd round. But Cleveland get to make this call, and that's the only place his black ass is allowed to go. And then you have what you had. You have what you had. And I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for Dion. I don't feel bad for none of them. Yeah, they rich, man. They rich. He don't need to play football. If he never get out there and throw a pass, that boy is rich. That boy is rich. I look at it like this. I understand people want to do what they want to do, and you know what I'm saying. You feel like, you know, I was raised and bred, and all my life I've wanted to play football, and that's great. And chase your dreams, but it don't mean as much. Like, whatever you do for a living, if I gave you right now $50 million, tax-free somehow, you know, or after taxes, you got $50 million in the bank. Because I don't know how many of y'all would still go to y'all job tomorrow. But if you go to your job, because I'm saying this because I heard somebody say, you know how much pressure those young men are under? You know how much pressure Shiloh and Shador are under? I send you to your job and you know you got $50 million in the bank. How much pressure are you under at your job now? You can tell your supervisor, I'll get to that shit when I get to it. But you know, I need that report by the end of the day. You'll get the report when you get it. I got $50 million. I don't have to do this report. I'm doing this out of goodness of my heart. Or if you really like your job, I don't have to. I'm doing this because I love my job. You don't get to order me around, though. Don't talk crazy to me. Don't watch your tone. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to put up with nothing. You watch your tone. You'll get the report when you get the report. I'll do the job. I'll show up if I feel like being in your meeting. I'll show up to your meeting. I got $50 million in the bank. I do what I want to do. So what pressure are you under? Just doing, they're rich. They're rich. Both of Deion Sanders' sons are independently wealthy. They both had them NIL deals in college and all that kind of stuff. Not to mention that their daddy is rich, so there's always something to that. They're both independently wealthy. Oh my God, I'm under so much pressure to. They're not. They're not. They're doing what they want to do, and sure, they want to be successful at it probably, but they rich. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I really don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sitting back like, oh my God, they did those boys so bad, and I hope that they succeed. I mean, I hope everybody succeeds, but I don't care. I don't care. They gonna be all right. They gonna be all right. So that's really about it. That's all I really got to say about that. That's all I got to say about it. I'm not watching, and oh, Dina, it was you. Yes. Yeah, I'm cracking on you. Dina says, if you're referring to my comment yesterday, I was talking about their father breathing down their neck. I don't care how rich I am. I wouldn't want my mother breathing down my neck all day at work. They rich. They can move. That's the other benefit of having millions of dollars. That not your daddy's millions of dollars, your millions of dollars. They can move and say, Daddy, get off my back. What he gonna do? Take their money? They grown with their own money. I don't care what y'all say. They don't have any pressure. Not, you know what I'm saying, in that way. So yeah, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. You tell your daddy, hey, man, go on. You're going to have to get out my house. I got $10 million in the bank. Okay. So that's really about it on that. I don't have any much more on that because, again, like I said, I don't really follow. I don't really follow like that. I mean, I listen to the news. I listen to people and talk sports and all of that kind of stuff. So I have an idea what's going on. But I think all of that stuff is really simple. What else? What else we got going on? Oh, did y'all see where the White House got mad at Amazon because they thought Amazon was going to put up the price that people were paying, the tariffs and stuff? Hold on, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go to the phone. Ron D. Ron in the house.
What up, man?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Okay, so I'm going to tell you why that Shador Sanders shit is so passionate with me. So, now, I'm going to tell you where I am now so you will understand. I could have 6 screws and 2 rods in my back. The 6 screws are not fused. I went in for a fusion, but they're not fused. And I went in when and for just a simple surgery. He was supposed to just fix my L5S1. That's the one, my vertebrae, all the way at the end of your back by your tailbone.
Your coccyx.
And I'm sorry,
Your coccyx.
I don't know, but
I'm pretty
so
sure that's the technical name for it, I believe.
well, anyway, only thing he had to do was go ahead and do a fusion on my left side. But when he put me under, he took apart a fusion that I previously had on my right side and fused me from my from my L3 all the way down to my L5S1 on both sides. And when he put the rods in, he bent them forward. So now what he also did was he took and he put the spacer onto my spine, and my foot was turned in when I woke up. When I went home from the hospital, when I went home from the hospital, he didn't give me any. Some people would know what a fusion is, so that's why I'm just explaining this. He didn't give me no type of jacket or nothing, and that's part of the surgery. That's part of the surgery. I know this in hindsight because I had to research all of this stuff.
Okay.
He didn't give me nothing. He just gave me a limited amount of pain pills and sent me home. Now, mind you, again, I have a spacer sitting on my spinal cord, foot is turned in, and I was, I didn't have any feeling down the back of my left leg. So I went and had a test done, a nerve test done, because I was still, feeling pain and stuff. So, and I didn't have no feeling down the back of my left leg. So the doctor come in and he do all the, all the stuff, do the lecture stuff. And I went to get off the table and stuff, and he was looking around. He said, "Where's your wheelchair?" I said, "I didn't have no wheelchair.
Ron?
I don't have a wheelchair."
Ron,
I'm sorry?
I hate to interrupt you, but
Yes.
I want to ask, what are we? I mean, I know what you're talking about, but why are we talking about this?
I'm telling you why I'm so passionate about the Shador Sanders situation.
And it's gonna make sense in a minute. Okay. Go ahead.
It's gonna make real good sense.
Okay.
So, but I have to establish this. So I'll just fast forward this. Now, like I said, the doctor did a second surgery because I didn't have, I was still feeling pain and stuff. He said, "Oh, it's your spacer slipped. It's a spacer on your nerve. That's why your foot is turned in. That's why you don't have any feeling down the back of your left calf. It'll come back and all that other stuff." So I did a second surgery. He did that. Still was feeling pain. Well, I found out ultimately that, just like I said, I have any fusion in my back. Now, I wanted to keep my doctors, so I went to their attorney, the attorney for the hospital, and I said, I want to keep my doctors. I don't want to sue y'all and all this stuff. We can just settle this, from an insurance basis. Oh no! Now, mind you, when I went to go meet with the attorney, I was the only black in the lobby. In the lobby.
Okay.
And And it's significant because Christ Hospital lobby, I'm in the front lobby. It's nobody in there but two white folks.
Okay.
And he know I'm black. He talked to me on the phone. He knew I was black. And
you could tell by the
he
voice.
looked. Wait. No. He couldn't just tell by my voice. He made sure that he studied me before we went to the meeting. So he didn't fly in there blind. So he knew I was black.
Okay.
So he knew I was a male. Okay. So he'd go back, and I had articulated myself way better than I can now. And I had written him before I did that. So he's going back and forth in the hospital lobby and looking over me. And then he called me. And I was thinking to myself, I know this motherfucker ain't overlooking me. I know he ain't just, just passing me by like I couldn't have written this email. Uh-huh. But eventually I talked to him, and I said, okay, he was like, okay, I'll review it, right. And he ain't do shit. Okay, so like I said, I got six screws in my back that's unfused right now.
Okay.
So I didn't notice at the time I didn't notice at the time. I just thought he messed up when he initially did the surgery.
Right.
So
sorry, all of that
I went to everybody in the city. And I mean everybody that's an attorney that's in this city. And no attorney would take my case. So I had to go ahead and do the shit myself.
I believe you.
I had to file.
I wholeheartedly believe you.
I'm sorry?
I said I wholeheartedly believe you.
Oh, no, I sent you some stuff.
No, I said I believe you. That's what I'm telling you. I believe you.
Okay. Well, and now the fact is that, like I said, I have 6 unfused screws in my back right now.
Uh-huh.
And
Shador?
They covered it up and all of that other stuff.
Right.
Now, I couldn't get an attorney, like I said, myself.
Uh-huh.
So they blackballed me from getting an attorney. So I had to do all this shit myself. Had to do that. Went to Ohio State Supreme Court all by myself. And other folk knew. Them black folk knew. I wanted to take and stick my these black folk knew. Just like they knew that
Shador
Sanders was getting the short end of the stick, and all these black folk talking like they don't know that he's just being buck breaking. He's just good old fashioned buck breaking. And man, when you have to fight some shit like that shit is not comfortable. It's not easy, and it brings some emotions out of you. It brings some emotion out your ass. And I can't imagine how his father felt. Now, has a father. Now, this is my fault. Are you going to feel like it's my fault for trying to protect my son? He being broken too. And that's that bullshit. And the fact that every time Dina said he keep bringing Trump into it. The fact that motherfuckers will sit back and call me so-and-so, Trump supporter, all that old bullshit, Trump erase all that shit, and then to sit there I've heard so many people, just black folks, just ignore what we seen him go through, what we seen this father go through for protecting his son. Motherfuckers always talk about that slavery shit, and then y'all gonna ignore that shit. Man, the first you should have heard me calling you all weekend long in the forest. I'm being facetious. I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, but boy, look. I was thinking about you all weekend because I said, like, what am I gonna do? And it's a trend. I like my football too, but the fact that I just seen this shit, I done been through this shit. If y'all don't care about me, Tracy Hunter went through this shit. Everybody's sitting there ignoring her right now. We're hoping she go the fuck away. Shit. And then the motherfuckers gonna call Trump a racist and Trump. That's they fucking focus. Shit.
Well,
I mean, man,
this
is just a slap in the fuck. You can go back to Trump and all that other bullshit if you want to. Trump, he is a racist. I don't give a fuck about this shit. I'm talking about what we just seen. What we just seen. And like I said, you should have heard me calling you all weekend because, I was thinking about you all weekend because I said, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Because this shit, I done been through this shit. I done been through it. It ain't fun. And like I said, how this man feel as a father for trying to protect his sons. And you're having to sit there and say, yeah, go ahead and sell my sons. Master, go ahead and take them. Master, go ahead and take them to that other plantation. Go ahead and take them to that plantation. I can see them sometimes. Like I said, man, I told you about that shit last week. More relativism. Oh, look. If you don't know it, you need to look it up on YouTube because it's a trip. It's like Wyatt say, selective outrage, but it's a little bit deeper. But I said,
hold on. Let me just say, Ron. Let me just say, I get what you're saying. It might have some people. What you said might have went over their head because they got lost in the very, very long story that you told us in the beginning. But the bottom line is some bad stuff happened to you. You knew it was wrong. They knew it was wrong. And when you reached out for help, you were blackballed. And
not only blackballed, it was by black folk talking that same shit that Shador Sanders, they talking about that Shador Sanders shit with. Not by black folk. Don't forget. Don't downplay that shit. It like it was all white folk. Because the black folk broke my heart the worst.
And so you're saying.
Go ahead, continue.
So you're saying you feel you understand the pain, the feeling when you're blackballed. I'm gonna use some terms. The helplessness that you feel, the rejection that you feel. You understand all of that, and you perceive that that's what you saw happening to Deion and Shador Sanders during this draft.
I seen what I saw. I seen what I seen. I didn't perceive shit. I seen what, like I said, we all know what racism look like.
Well,
Oh, and if we don't, so that means I can disregard all of these motherfuckers that be talking about Trump a racist.
well, no,
That's what
no.
I was saying too.
Right. That's
Oh,
what.
okay. So
I,
we all
I
know
didn't.
what racism look
I didn't
like.
say anything. Why you
So
mad
we
at
all
me?
know
I
it.
didn't. I didn't disagree with you. I actually agree with you. We know what racism look like. Now it does frustrate me when sometimes you act like you don't know what racism looks like when it's Trump doing it. But I agree with you.
No,
In reality, we know, even though we can't point to, this is the evidence of it, blah blah blah. We know what it looked like when we see it. I agree with you on that.
we know what it look like when we see it.
Yes.
And now you got to be honest about it when you see it. Like I said, you know, when these black folks sitting there talking that, oh, well, Shador Sanders wasn't all that great and no, we don't. We know that ain't the case. We know that ain't the case. If we say, when they say Shador Sanders couldn't pass a pass over 50 yards, we know that ain't the case. But somebody said that shit. We know that ain't the case.
Okay.
But we know that's the case when Shador Sanders went in the 5th round, when he was projected to go in the 1st or 2nd round. 2nd round, it would be the latest. We knew that. We knew that when every team passed up on them in the 1st and 2nd round, we knew it. We knew it. Absolutely knew it. In the 3rd round, oh, shit. The 4th round, oh, we definitely knew it. Now, it's a difference, because I know why you trying to trap me, but it's a difference. It is a difference. So go ahead.
No,
Talk to you.
You said I'm trying to trap you. I don't even understand. I didn't say anything.
I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna talk to you.
All right.
Bye, man.
All right, Ron.
Uh,
All right, that was Ron. I understood what he was saying. Not initially. I was waiting for him to tie it in. But then when he did, he brought it home. I understood what he meant. I understood what he was saying. I am going to say what you perceived and all that kind of stuff because. But I get it. I get what he's saying. We know what racism, we know it when we see it. It does confuse me why you still support Trump. Because we know it when we see it. But we gonna just move past that part of it. Because that's not what you was talking about. I don't know. I don't know if it was racism or not. But I know that they made an example out of him to a lot of people. They wanted to definitely make sure to make an example out of him. You say you don't want to go to Cleveland? Guess what? You're going to Cleveland in the 5th round. Anybody else want to tell us where they don't want to go? Anybody else, Daddy, got something to say? Anybody else? You got something to say? No? You good? Okay. Because he said he wasn't going to Cleveland. And that he was coming out in the 1st or the 2nd round. He came out in the 5th round. And he went to Cleveland. Nobody else going to tell us where you ain't going to go? Nobody? You good? Yeah, you good. Okay. So, yeah, that's all they did. And they do that, every once in a while. Every once in a while, they have to make an example out of people. They don't have to, of course. But every once in a while, they choose to make an example out of people. Sometimes it is based on race. I would argue this is probably, at the very least, partially racially based. But I don't understand the people running around here mad about it. Because y'all ain't mad when they made the example about Colin Kaepernick. They still make sure to make that example. Y'all wasn't mad about that. So, okay. Okay. The White House got mad at Amazon because they thought somebody had said that what Amazon was going to do was, when you go to Amazon to, buy, I don't know, whatever you buy from Amazon, they was going to put up the price, and they was going to put up how much of that price is based on a tariff. And the White House did not like that. We'll talk about that, hopefully. CK.
Hey, how you doing, Livingston? How you doing, bro?
How are you doing, sir?
Man, that was a good one, man. Hey, I almost remember I told you I just want to feel one day of sobriety. One day.
All right.
I almost made it to that last phone call. I just broke down 12 minutes ago. You hear me?
Oh.
I fired up that Mac J show quick listening to my man. What's his name,
you fired
Ron?
up what?
Huh?
You fired up what?
It's called a Mac J.
What's that?
That's from my generation.
What is that?
That's it's just
Crack?
a little joint. Just
Oh.
a little joint. Yeah, one of them little joints. I had to fire it up listening to my dude. Yeah.
Okay.
I ain't go heavy on it though. I ain't go heavy. I went light on it.
Took a couple puffs and then put it out.
Man, he was sharing his pain with the world, in my opinion.
Okay.
He was sharing his fusion. We talking about arm fusion, leg fusion, hip bone. He said they fused his whole back together, didn't he?
Well, I think the fusion surgery was about his back.
Right. Right.
But I don't thoroughly understand, fusion surgery. So maybe that's why his shoulder be hurting sometimes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know.
Constant pain though, man. But
I would imagine.
you said you did recognize the racism in the Shardare Sanders scandal?
Well, I'm saying I could see it being that way. More than likely, knowing, the organization and, kind of seeing the things that they do and that they've done, I wouldn't be surprised if it was racism. And you don't have to be racist to everyone for your actions towards someone to be racist.
Great point. I wish I would have made that's a good one too. Right. Right.
I could imagine, I could imagine in the 60s, some shop owner who employed black people, but on the weekend, go out and find somebody and lynch them. And then people would be saying, well, how is he racist when he's supporting these 5 families? They black people, he's supporting them families. Just because he lynched that one dude, do that make him racist? Like, well, yeah. Yeah, you can.
Right. Yeah, because, I'm similar, right? Well, the phrase, my best friends are such and such, right? My best friend was the race of the people I hated growing up. So that's not no solace to be like, just because you say, my best friend is black, you might still hate, just because I got a best friend that's black don't mean I don't hate black people. You have to understand that, Livingston.
Yeah.
Just because you have a best friend that's a certain race, that doesn't mean you don't hate that race. Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, the best friend might be the reason you hate the race. Huh?
Well, I don't know.
It might be the reason.
That doesn't make a lot of sense, but.
Yes, it's the jealous. Okay, check it out. When you see me, okay, when he see me, when he see my friends, then it's over. He see my swag, he see my blackness, that's what makes him jealous. Like, these people are good people. So he's undercover. He really not your friend. He's just being good and, get your vibes and stuff, go to the market. But in real life, he's an enemy. You know what I mean? So that's what that's what like, look at a guy like Jerry Jones.
Hold on. Wait.
You remember?
Hold on. Is there a little Asian woman near you?
Nah.
I thought I heard somebody saying, feel me? You feel me?
A little bit, a little bit, but the other wrong. It was the wrong race. It was the wrong way. Yes.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah. But that's how it goes. You gotta understand. When you be around that person and you see the hatred, that's when it be like, okay, boom. That's why I don't like those people. You see what I mean? You get around them and that turn you into them. Yeah. Yeah. That's where the envy and jealousy comes from.
Okay.
See what I mean? Yeah. Just think. You don't think that? I think Jerry Jones being around all those black people, that fuels his hatred. Because he see the swag, he see the love, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're
He
saying.
see all
I
that.
see what you're saying. He sees what he can never be, and it makes him hate black people even more. Yes.
That's it right there. That's it. That's why he likes to own them. He likes to own them. He still has the slave owner mentality.
I hear you. I hear
He
you.
still,
I don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
that I don't know that to be true, but I understand what you're saying.
And this is why I always gave you props for being strong and staying on the picket line. When you was the last person, remember we all crossed the picket line. E-Man said, I'm good. But man, they got the boy Chase. I'm good. We going to the Super Bowl, E-Man. I'm good. See what I'm saying? We tried all the peer pressure we could try. It never worked. And I knew it wouldn't work. Because this guy is stubborn. And he's not going to break the oath he made to himself. Am I lying?
You're not lying.
That's what I'm talking about right there. If we had more people like you, then we would have black ownership in the NFL, sir.
Okay.
You have to be strong, stand by your loud. Just because they get a Heisman Trophy winner, Burrow, a Chase, that didn't do nothing. He never wavered, not one iota. Yes, he still watched football, high school, college, but NFL is not meeting the standards of Livingston, right?
That's true.
So Livingston's voice does matter in the scheme of things because people, even though we're not with you, we see you and you on the TV every damn day preaching unity and stay togetherness. Listen, young people, you listen, look at the King of Talk and see how he did it. He stood tall. He didn't go to a racist organization and sell his soul just because he wanted to see men in tights play with a ball. He said, no, I ain't going with them no more. Because of what they did to Kaepernick. And I salute you, sir. I wasn't as strong as you. I wish I could have been. I really do.
Well, look.
I really wish I could have.
You could. That's okay. You can just make a decision for whatever it is that you choose to make a decision for, and I'll support you. But you got anything else? Anything else you got?
Yeah, I got. Let me see. The weak stuff I boycott. Come on, man. Where am I? I can't boycott Walmart, man. I'm mad fresh as stuff. I'm one of them. Boycott is my weak. I'm weak to that. But I started the boycott with you, but then I fell off when the Heisman and Jabbar Chase. Then I got back in. You feel me?
Okay.
As a lifelong Bengal fan, I jumped back on the boycott. And I even tried to tempt you to come back, and you wasn't waver. I waved the drugs baggie in your face. You said, I don't do drugs.
I've experienced
that was excellent.
Yeah.
I respect it. So I'm going to listen to your platform and keep doing what you're doing. I want you to change the youth. Just remember, with this type of dedication, you can stop the murders. This is what I was trying to tell Wyatt. You can stop the murder because now you're setting an example. Now the younger men that look at you, 23, 19, you know what I mean, 31, they look at Livingston and they say, you know what? We ain't got to participate in nothing that we don't want to.
That's right.
All right. Make sure you do that. I'm about to listen, brother. Thank you, man. God bless the family.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your call. All right, let me shut this thing down. It was doing that crackling thing and open it back up. All right, 513-717-KING. 513-717-5464. Okay. Yeah. What CK said. Yeah. Also, the White House was mad at Amazon. I'm gonna get it out eventually. The White House was mad at Amazon because what Amazon said, or what they believed that Amazon was gonna do, I believe probably what Amazon was gonna do, was Amazon said, all right, when you go to buy something and we put the price up there, the price of this item is $20. Somewhere on there, they gonna also tell you why it's $20. Like $8 of that $20 is because of tariffs. So then you could do the math and you can be like, wait a minute. If it wasn't for these tariffs, I would only be paying $12 for this thing. What the hell? And then you can be mad about it or be upset about it or be aware of it either way. So they say that the Trump administration, someone in the Trump administration, actually, I believe I read that Donald Trump himself called Jeff Bezos and was really upset. And they said that action, the action of letting people know the effect of the tariffs on the price of the goods that they're paying for, they said that is a hostile action. It's hostile and political, they said. And then, of course, after he talked to, Amazon, and Amazon came out and said, well, see, what had happened was we said that we might do it on one of our other sites, but it was not something that we ever really planned on doing on Amazon proper. I can't remember what the other site was. Maybe I could just look up the story. I'll be trying to go, because y'all know I come in from work and then come down here and whatnot. And so while I'm out and about, listening to different shows and whatnot, and y'all know I can't talk and type at the same time, or I'll end up typing what I'm saying. Stop it. Why are you doing that? I don't know exactly where this is from. Amazon is denying reports that it would display the impact of tariffs next to the price of products on its e-commerce site, which drew the ire of the Trump administration on Tuesday. The team that runs our ultra low-cost Amazon Haul store, that's it, Haul, which I never even knew was a thing. I'm going to have to go check out Haul, Haul, store, considered the idea of listing import charges on certain products. They said this was never approved and is not going to happen. But somehow, Donald Trump heard about it and he was heated. According to CNN, Donald Trump personally called Jeff Bezos to complain about this, that Amazon would show tariff-related price increases on goods. They say Trump commented on the matter during a brief press briefing, saying, Bezos is very nice, terrific. He solved the problem very quickly. He did the right thing. Good guy. White House press secretary Carolyn Levitt called the move a hostile and political act. I don't see anything. I like it as an idea. I like it as an idea. Like, look, yeah. Before this tariff went into play, or before any tariff, the price of this is $10. With the tariff, the price of this is, I don't know, $12 or $19 or $30, whatever the case may be. What's wrong with that? How is that hostile? Now, I get how they say it's political, because they're like, you didn't do this when the Biden administration was in. And there were tariffs on stuff. You didn't do this during the Obama administration. There were tariffs on stuff. But you're going to do it now? That feels political. I understand that argument. But I think they should all do it. I mean, it's a little bit of, even though it's not technically, what's the word that I'm looking for? Freedom of information. But we should know that. Hostile, I don't know how it's hostile. I don't know how it's hostile. But I would like to see that. So that's happening. Did y'all see where Terrence Howard, not the real Terrence Howard from The Buzz, but the other Terrence Howard, the fake Terrence Howard, the actor, say he rejected the Marvin Gaye biopic because he didn't want to kiss a man? Get into that in a minute. Ken says, Emanuel, I think that's a great idea to enlighten American people on the impact of tariffs and to put the White House on blast any and every opportunity. I think it's a good idea too. Yeah. Jacqueline says, it actually should be done because it shows the people what Trump has done is raise prices. I think it's a great idea. Vernon says Amazon Haul is new and was started by Amazon to compete with sites like Temu and Shine. Okay. Yeah, I never heard of it until I read this article. I was like, Haul? What is that? So I might check it out. Get some bootleg stuff. That in my mind, that's how I feel about like Temu and stuff like that. Like that stuff is bootleg. Ron says, I bet you Trump said it that he would release them their profits and the markups if they just try to relieve tariffs. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Ron. I'm not sure what you're saying. But again, I think it's a good idea. I would like to see that. Daryl says, did y'all see that the Republicans in Congress and Trump administration making it harder for poor people to get a college education with his Reconciliation Act? They're getting rid of parent loans, that PLUS loan, Pell Grants, and stricter laws on loan repayment. Tanika says Shein. Did I say Shein or did I say Shine? I whatever it is, I don't know what it is. But yeah, no, Daryl, I did see their believe it or not, man, look, I think they need to rein in the cost of college. They just need to rein it in. That's what they need to do. It's too expensive. I know that stuff and research, but they get grants for a lot of that other stuff, and they especially like state schools, stuff like that. You get federal money, you get state money, and you getting tuition from people. I think the cost of education is too high. I think it's intentionally too high. It's intentionally too high. I think it's too high because they really want to discourage people from getting an education. They really want to discourage. It's less racism and more classism in that way. Rich people want to see rich people stay rich. They want to be rich. They want their children to be rich and their children's children to be rich and all that kind of stuff. They want the rest of us to be poor and or in debt. Like, you hear people like, okay, I don't mind you going to school, whatever, but you owe $200,000 in student loans. You ain't gonna never be able to pay off all your student loans. You know what I'm saying? You always gonna be in the rear. You might look like you live in this life, and you're a successful doctor. You're a successful attorney. You're a successful whatever it is that we in society have ascribed success to. You're that, but you still in debt. Whereas our children, we had the money, we paid for their schooling, and now they are whatever they are, debt-free. They own their home, they own their car, they get to do whatever it is they want to do. You can maybe achieve the same educational goals, but there's gonna be what they call it, an albatross around your neck weighing you down. So while you may succeed, you'll never be as successful as debt-free. And thus, with debt, a lot of people let debt bring them down. Like, you never really feel free. Because you're always thinking about the fact that I owe somebody. There's somebody in the back of you owe me money. You know you owe me money. And so you'll never be just totally carefree like our children will. College don't have to cost that much. And all these student loans and the way that they structure the payback and all of that kind of stuff, the way that they do all of that kind of stuff, it's all just, I believe that, these are low interest loans and all. No. Give people interest-free loans. If people have to take out loans, give them first, like I said, I believe, bring down the price of education. They can do that. They can cap cost of education. Let's just say at state schools, there's a cap on tuition. They can do that. They're not going to do it, but they could do it. But okay, you're not going to cap it. Then those loans, make them interest free. Make them interest free. And then just let people pay back their loans. They're not going to do that. Okay, structure it where you pay principal. That, no, you got to pay off the, no, y'all killing me with the way that y'all structure these loan payments. Structure them different. They're not going to do that. They could, but they're not going to do that. And now they want to make it harder, to Daryl's point. Now they want to make it harder to even get the high interest loans. I'm sorry, the low interest loans that you'll possibly be paying off for the rest of your life. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. The whole thing is a racket. And sometimes we get caught up in it too. Because, even when I was talking about successful, you're a doctor, you're a lawyer, and we look at, he a doctor, he a lawyer, she a doctor, she a lawyer. She's more successful. She's more, societally speaking, like I said, we ascribe a certain level of prestige to those people. Whereas, some of these, there are jobs out here where you don't have to go to school for 12 years and, you can make a good living and not be saddled with bills and loans and stuff for the rest of your life. But we do kind of look down on that. I'm a plumber. Well, I'm a lawyer. Ooh, he's a lawyer. He's a plumber. He's a doctor. He's an electrician. He's a welder. Y'all know a part of why they do that is because they need a permanent underclass. It's kind of like, and this might not be the best analogy, but it's kind of like, we have these immigrants coming in because a lot of us have decided that there are certain jobs that we don't want to do. And we need a class under this class to do that stuff. Well, the elites. Jeff Bezos. Let's use him. Jeff Bezos needs a group of people who are not independently wealthy and or well off to go work at Amazon so he can take advantage of them. He can pay them mediocre wages, just on the underside of decent, because you get certain jobs and you like, that's a decent job. He makes a decent amount of money. Them Amazon jobs, a lot of them be just under a decent amount of money, but they're not going to keep you long. They're not going to allow you to get to the point of making enough money. They need workers. And if we all went to school and got our law degrees and got our degrees to be doctors and were welders and electricians and, we were all doing kind of an independent thing. Where you are? Yeah, no, man, I own my own company. I'm an electrician. I'm freelance, and I get hired all the time to do electrical work. I just had a dude had me come put in a 240-volt thing in his house. I get little jobs and I do my jobs and I make a nice living. And if we was all doing that, who gonna work at the Amazon plant? Who gonna work at the Amazon plant? And I believe they really do play us against each other. I'm not talking even just black people, white people, whatever. I'm talking about us, people. They play us against each other. I have to have somebody to look down my nose at. Makes me feel better about who I am and what I'm doing. And I'm not saying me personally, but that's a lot of people do that. A lot of people do that. That's all a part of it, in my opinion. That's all a part of it. I might work at Amazon, but at least I ain't like him. And I feel good about working at Amazon. I'm not thinking about the fact that I am, thank you, Tria, I'm just kind of menial job having guy. But I ain't working at McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? So I work at Amazon. I don't work at no McDonald's. Yeah, but they be on your back the whole time you there. Like, you ain't handling enough pieces and all of that kind of stuff. You almost got ran over by a robot yesterday. You know what I'm saying? But you better than him. And I'll just about kill myself to stay better than him so that I can be used by him. And it's like fewer layers to it now. Because, I mean, now this just been a thing forever. Like my whole life. The day of independence and all of that kind of stuff don't exist. Like you don't have, Bob's Hardware in Clifton, and then James's Hardware in Bond Hill, and then Lou's Hardware. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have that anymore. You got Lowe's, Home Depot, and you might have an Ace somewhere near you. Menards is kind of coming up. But that's really it. So, it's no longer like, hey, you work for Lou's Hardware, but then Lou's Hardware get their stuff from this distributor, but then this distributor get all of their stuff from, what I'm saying, and they break it down, and you got all of these different levels of things. So you got all of these different socioeconomic classes. I work at the hardware store. Like, oh, you work at the hardware store. Okay. I own the hardware store. Oh, you own the hardware store. I supply the parts for the tools and stuff for the hardware store. Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? And you go up all these levels. You don't have that now. Now you got Jeff Bezos, everybody else. You got the ones at the very top. Jeff Bezos owns Amazon. You got Jeff, and then everybody under Jeff. It ain't even no, I mean, I guess you could say, well, I work there. Well, I'm a manager there. And you're like, ooh, manager, ooh. But that ain't that much of a difference. You got Jeff Bezos and his people, multi-billionaires. And then you got people down here making, 40, 50,000, maybe on the high end. Them the managers. Other people might be clearing 20, 25, 30. Ron is asking, can he call back? Ron, sure, you can call back. Ron said he got like 30 seconds. He got caught up in his story, and he really kind of forgot what he wanted to call, what he wanted to say. So, yeah, you can, Ron, I'll give you a few more, but you got to keep it quick. Like, not 5 minutes, not 4 minutes. Like, Ron? Ron? Ron?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Look, 30 seconds.
All right.
Now, didn't you say Alfonso Wesson didn't like you?
I don't think he does anymore.
So why he be? I just found out who he is. Why he be stalking your page?
I don't. What do you mean? Who is he?
No, he T Mikey G.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I just found that out, and I've been seeing him in here for a long time, but I didn't know who he was until last week, because I figured it out. I'm like, damn, I wonder who Alonzo Wesson is, because I don't see. And then I backtrack, and then I found that out. But now that ain't what I called you for. Now what I called you for was where does the sun and the moon rise?
What?
East or the west? Where does the moon and the sun rise? In the east or the west?
The east.
Okay. It rises in the east and it sets in the north, right?
But no, but okay.
I'm sorry, not it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So I want you to look at my page, and man, I seen and I did it on Facebook Live because I ain't want nobody to say I was tripping. The moon, and I don't know what the fuck that planet was, because the moon didn't rise in the east as of yet, because it was only 8 o'clock in the after, or 8 o'clock in the evening, and I filmed that shit. The sun
Wait,
was
is this
going
another
down,
aliens?
huh?
Is this another alien?
No, it's not an eight. Hey, I don't give a fuck what y'all call it,
I'm,
because
I
you
don't.
can
I'm
see it for
asking. I don't
yourself.
know.
Hey, no, it wasn't alien. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was a planet in the motherfucking in the west in the evening. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sun was going down in the west like it always does, and it was a planet coming up in the west. And I took it. It was Facebook Live, so you can't say it was no AI shit and all that other shit. I took it, and you can't deny it, or you can call me crazy and all that other bullshit if you want to, but you can see it for yourself. But view it on Ron Omega page, because it's more to your liking, or it's more, it's good. View it on Ron Omega page.
Okay.
Or Ron Omega 2 page, because
Okay.
it's 2 Ron Omega pages. All right, 100.
All right. That interesting. That's what he called back for. I thought. I guess it don't matter. It don't matter. He called back. He said what he had to say. Okay. He saw what he saw. I don't know what he saw. I haven't been on his page. But he saw what he saw. T. Mikey G says he is not Alonzo or Alfonso Wesson. And it wouldn't matter to me if he was. I don't have a problem. That'd be a funny thing. I know I'm transitioning into something different. But I don't have a problem with any of these people. They have a problem with me. So if Zoe was on here, Zoe don't have to hide on here. Zoe could just say, hey, what's up, E? And I would say, hey, what's up, Zoe? And that would be that. So it don't matter to me. It don't matter to me. But T. Mikey G says that's not him. And no, I take his word for it. And I don't know what Ron saw to make him believe that was him. But he said he's not. So, okay. What was I talking about? Them needing a permanent working class. Then basically trying to eliminate the middle class. And that's what I believe is happening. That's why I believe they are trying to change all of this stuff. And believe it or not, I don't believe that this is necessarily a Republican-Democrat thing. I think they all want to see that.
That's what I believe.
B-Rap?
That's why I believe they are trying to.
B-Rap?
I don't.
B-Rap? B-Rap going once?
Oh, shoot, I couldn't hear you, man. Damn.
Okay.
Oh, my fault, man. What's going on, man?
How you doing?
Oh, shoot. What was Ron talking about?
Because
what he said? Did he say he seen something in the sky or something like that?
Yeah, he saw a planet. He said rising in the west.
Okay, a planet from like on YouTube or something like that.
No, I guess he filmed what he believed to be a planet rising as the sun was setting.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, whatever Ron saw. Okay, he said it's not AI. It's something they got out. Have you ever heard of something called Project Bluebeam? Have you ever heard of that, man?
Project what?
Project Bluebeam.
Bluebeam? I have not heard of Project Bluebeam.
Whenever you get some time, on your free time, go on the internet, research Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam is something that's coming up with, I don't know who is it directly, but it's scientists from around the world, not just the United States of America. They could do like tricks in the sky, make things seem like they're real in the sky. It's pretty crazy, man. So whenever you get a chance, checking out, and 9 times out of 10, that's probably what Ron saw, was something called Project Bluebeam.
Okay.
What's your thoughts on Shador Sanders?
I think they made an example out of him. I don't know if it. I just believe they made an example out of him.
They made an example out of him. What you think? Because of his poor interview skills, or being braggadocious because his dad wanted him to join a different team, or just a number of things.
I think race probably played a factor. And his dad talking about where he would and wouldn't go, and yes, his their kind of braggadocious nature and all of that kind of stuff. I think all of that played a factor.
Let me say this over for the slow kids in the back of the class. It's called Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam. You know how to spell beam. I shouldn't have to spell that for you.
Well,
look it up.
No.
No.
Dude, you can't be condescending, because it could easily sound like you're saying blue beam. You're saying BEAM. Blue beam.
Yes.
Not BEAN.
Yes. Not blue balls. Not purple blue balls. Balls and beam don't sound the same. Project Blue Beam. BEAM. Beam.
All right.
No, I just see people in the comments like, Project Blue what? Project Blue Balls?
Yes,
Da, da, da.
yes.
They funny. Yeah, that's what's up. I just seen you on, man. I just decided to give you a call, man. You know what I'm saying? Everything good with you?
Yeah, everything is good. Everything is good.
I seen you on, I was messing with you the other day. I seen you on Lincoln Weird Chat, man. I seen you start listening back to your favorite radio show again.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. You think Lincoln got a grudge with you, or?
Oh, he absolutely does. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely made it.
I'm calm, Jerica. I'm relaxed.
He's definitely made it his business to try to make me the bad.
Right.
Are you listening to me?
Yeah, no, I was telling Jerica I'm calm. He tried to make you what again? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He's definitely made it his business to make me, to make people perceive me as a bad guy. And I'm comfortable with that. I mean, even if he's successful, I've always liked I've watched wrestling. I've always liked the bad guys better than the good guys. I root for Darth Vader in Star Wars. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, for me, but yeah, no, he's made a point of trying to make sure that people understand I'm the bad guy and I'm trying to sabotage his show.
That's what's up. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, once I just hash it out, man, just give him a call, hash it out, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Just hash it out, man.
There's nothing to hash out. There's nothing to hash out. I don't have any problems with him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's cool.
Yeah, there's nothing to hash out.
That's hilarious. Okay, then what was the other topics, my man? My fault, you man. I just got out of school.
Well, I talked about the White House being mad at Amazon for wanting to post the amount of tariffs on products as they purchase them.
Shout out to Key. Is the White House in the tariffs?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No. That's something that's out of everybody's control. The only person who could control that is the people who put him in the White House. Those people who put him in the White House is going to feel the effects, just like how everybody else is going to feel the effects. It was stupid to put that man in the White House when we had the Democrats in the corner, because Kamala brought up reparations, which everybody act like they didn't hear. When did she say that? That's how you know that people barely do research or listen to things. So if you have the Democrats in a corner and you have Kamala Harris making all these promises to black men, and she was talking about reparations, that's when we should have put Democrats in office and held their feet to the fire. Now, the past 3 months, I swear, man, I aged probably 10 years under this Trump administration. It's horrible, man.
Now, wait a minute.
This is the worst.
I thought you were somewhat of a Trump supporter.
The last time me and you talked, I specifically told you I didn't vote for anybody. Do you remember that conversation?
Wait, so hold on. If you didn't vote for anybody, then don't that make you part of the problem?
Well, this is the thing. At that time, I wasn't feeling Joe Biden. And the only thing, after everything I had said after that, was Kamala was talking about she was going to repeat the process of what Joe Biden did. And I was so mad at the Democrats that I abstained from voting, which other political figures have done when they don't like anything. Alicia Reese, and when she has something to vote on and she don't like it, she abstained from voting, which means she doesn't vote. So I exercise my right not to throw my political hat in this race, because I didn't like the approach of how both parties was coming.
Well,
now,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well,
go ahead, man. I'm my bad.
I was saying, or I was about to say, I'm not sure that you understand the Alicia Reese abstaining from voting thing, because I can't say with 100% certainty, but I don't think Alicia Reese or most politicians don't abstain from voting because they don't like something. More times than not, if they abstain from voting, it's because of, like they have some interest in whatever the thing is. So like if we're developing the banks, but I own land down on the banks, it's not that I don't like the banks. I don't want to vote because I can't vote for something that's in my own interest. So I abstain from voting to keep my hands clean. I can't vote for something that gives me benefit. So a lot of times that's why they abstain. And the idea that I'm going to abstain, but then I'm going to complain about the person who won. And a part of why that person won is because you didn't vote for the person they were running against.
Okay, that's why they call you the king of talking, man. I like the way you put everything up so beautifully. First of all, my vote, if I would have put my vote in for Kamala, it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Why would you say that?
So you can't say my one vote won the election.
Well, the idea that your one vote, but may not hold water, but the idea that everybody with that same mindset as you could have very easily swung that election. Y'all voted or non-voted as a group, and that group vote could have very much swung the election the other way.
Okay, yeah, well, I have no argument with you on that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know what to say to that, no rebuttal to that. But, yeah, I didn't, but I don't feel like me not voting is the reason Trump is in office. I highly don't feel like that.
Okay.
And yes,
get
I could complain. And you know why I can complain?
I didn't say you can't
It's
complain.
because I'm paying taxes to the federal government. I just chose not to vote for a specific candidate for this election.
You mean specific, but the idea, because I for real, I don't understand what y'all were thinking, and for real, if you can help me, I'm probably never gonna like really see it your way, but at least to maybe try to understand. A lot of people, myself included, tried to tell y'all how bad this guy was gonna be. We tried to point out to you. I mean, it's like you're in the room with 10 people, right? And they come in and they tell you, look, we will either let y'all go free or we will kill you all. And you would sit there and say, well, you know what? I'm going to abstain because I don't like the idea of freedom. So I'm just going to abstain. If you abstain and die wins, don't you hold some responsibility for that?
What? No, what?
If life and death are on the ballot and you choose to not vote and
that's
death
different
wins,
though. You cannot say that. Like,
of course
that's just,
I can.
You
we told y'all how bad this guy was gonna
why?
be.
Because
What did you see?
that people?
Hold on, I'm for real. What did you see in Trump that made you say he ain't gonna be that bad?
I didn't see any. I knew Trump was going to be horrible.
Then why would you allow that to even have a chance to forget voting for Kamala? At some point, you have to vote against the thing that's death. I'm not voting for this. I'm voting against death.
Well, the Democrats did such a horrible job when Biden was in office.
But it was. But you knew. But you just
can
said.
I explain? Because I am a registered Democrat.
Right, but B-Rep, you just said you knew Trump was gonna be horrible. Why would you not vote against horrible?
You know what, E-Man? You got me. Okay, you got me. At that time. My thinking at that time was I cannot vote for a Democrat or a Republican because I don't like what either candidate is doing for me as a person and for my family at this specific time. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that time, hindsight, looking back at it, I would have pulled that ballot for Kamala. But you know what I mean? I learned my lesson. Now, next election comes up, you know he's going to be on the ballot again, without a doubt. I am not abstaining this time, especially if Trump is on the ballot. I'm pulling my Democrat ticket for sure. And usually, I don't vote blue no matter who. I'm not that type of person. I pay attention to policies. I pay attention to the years past. And I pay attention to what's coming up in the future. I also tune into a little bit of C-SPAN every now and then. There's a lot of people who do talk politics. That's where it all goes down on the C-SPAN channel. They let you know everything from what laws is being passed to presidential speeches, blase. So, yeah, at that time, I was dissatisfied with the Obama administration. With the Biden administration, and I just didn't like the way that the Democrats were handling the country right now. So I just couldn't vote at that time.
Okay.
That time. So
the way I see
I was just disappointed.
You are partially responsible now for everything that Donald Trump does. So
well, if you want to put it like that, then it is what it is because you voted for Kamala and he's still in there,
right?
So if you want to put it like that, then that's cool. He's the president of the United States. Mm-hmm. If you want to say I'm partially responsible, then we all pay taxes the same, just like how everybody else do. So
okay,
So So that's just I mean, it is what it is.
All right.
It is what it is.
Anything
That's
else?
what's
That's
up.
it?
Yeah, but no, I hear you. I hear you, E-Man. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing on what you said. Like, you know what I'm saying? What you said was spot on. I guess that's why they call you the king of talk, huh?
Well, I won the title in a pageant, but that's that. But I look, you did what you did, and we all live and learn, and now we all suffer from the consequences of your non-action.
Well, yeah. I mean, if Kamala would have came with a better messaging, and not just the way that it was presented to me, and the way that like I'm black, you supposed to vote for her, or you see this twerk your ass to the polls, or it was just a lot of well, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but it was just a lot of backhanded.
No, hold on. Let me concede some things. They didn't run a strong campaign. They didn't have a great candidate. In terms of, she refused to distance herself from some of the bad things that the Biden administration had done, and show anyone where she would do anything different. There were things that they could have done better. I just felt like there was so much evidence out there that this guy, and I still believe, his desire is to throw out the Constitution and become some sort of a dictator.
Absolutely.
And so
Absolutely.
To me,
And I 100% agree.
it was much more important to keep him out of office. So even if that meant having a not so great administration in office, let's keep the guy out who wants to throw out the Constitution. And I think it was so plain, like so evident. He basically said it almost out of his own mouth. You're never going to have to vote again. And he lied all the time. So I just think seeing all of that was enough for me to say, I don't really, as long as Kamala ain't trying to throw out the Constitution, we'll be able to get her out of office in 4 years. But we can't put this guy back in office who wants to destroy the country.
No, yeah, absolutely. He's even trying to make it illegal for people like you and I to have a conversation criticizing him. Like, he's trying to make that illegal. Like,
yes.
If we talking about Donald, you're going to hear a knock at your door, Emanuel Livingston. They're going to be plugging all of the computers and taking down everything in the basement, and they're going to be knocking at my door. That's the thing. And when you say that, people think you're over-exaggerating, but no, he's definitely trying to overturn the government and making it to a dictatorship. And, I can't lie. I regret. I should have voted for Kamala. I regret not doing that. You know what I mean? The past 4 months, but, we black, we're resilient. We are a people that's used to hard times. Hard times is nothing for us. Like, and if you piss off enough of his base, his supporters, it's going to be another January 6th all over again. And you know how we do. We just going to be kicking back, chilling. Like, you know what I mean? So yeah.
All right. Well, you got anything else,
Yeah.
sir?
Okay. Nah, man, I was just calling to say what's up, man. I be tuning in, chiming in, man. Shout you out to the afternoon experiment. You know what I mean? Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the people in the chat room. Shout out to everybody. I hope everybody having a blessed day. Everybody stay safe. Stay out the way. You know what I mean? Make sure we get our vitamin D. We go outside. We go for walks. Cook more in the house. I'm about to take these dumb dogs out. And you have a great day, man.
You do the same, sir. All right. Now, hold on. Let me shut this down real quick. And then open it back up. I hate that I have to do this after every call. All right. And there was somebody calling in while B-Rab was on. Feel free to call back now. I can only take one call at a time. So feel free to call back now. 513-717-KING. 513-717-5464. Deontay, is it Deontay? Hold on, let me scroll. I think it was Dante. Dante says, so you're partially responsible if you voted for Trump or if you didn't vote at all. Got it. Yes. And Brian, I saw, I didn't use the best example. So if somebody came in and said, one party is saying, we'll give you candy, and the other party is saying, we'll kill you. And you say, ooh, this is such a hard decision because you know what? Candy kills you. If you eat too much candy, it'll kill you. I don't want any candy. And they want to kill me. I just don't know who to vote for. I'm just not going to vote. If killing wins, you're partially responsible for that. Yes. That's not hard. You put in your vote. You say, give me the candy. I don't have to eat the candy. Just give me the candy. I'll take the candy over you killing me. Some of y'all said, I don't want candy. I don't eat sweets. It's gonna make me fat. I got diabetes. It's unhealthy. It's gonna kill me in 30 years anyway. That was a stupid decision from my perspective. That was a stupid decision. So yes, you're partially responsible. If you didn't vote against dying, you're partially responsible if dying wins. That's not that hard. Brent?
Hey, what's going on, Emanuel?
How you doing?
I'm all right. You know, if you would finally go ahead and put up the merch site, you might be able to afford 2 lines. At least you can put somebody on hold. But, eventually you'll get that up there. Yeah, and I agree with Ron Dula, for once.
Oh, you saw a planet rising in the west?
And setting in the north? No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
I'm talking about T. Mikey G is Alfonso Wesson. So it's him. I never put 2 and 2 and 5 and metric 7 together, but I think that's it. So the only way he's going to be able to dispel it if you have, just like how Shelley dispelled the myth of her son Sheriff when she gave him the phone and had him talk. Oh man, so yeah. And T. Mikey G, you had us going for quite a while there. Even offering us give us popcorn when good people came up or entertaining people came up. So man, giving us popcorn from Chicago, Garrett's popcorn, it's making sense. It is making sense. But yeah, off to the serious stuff now. You were talking about capitalism essentially requiring a permanent underclass in order to function. And that is so very true. And college education used to be pretty much free outside of fees, for books and different labs and everything like that. And you know who was one of the main people who turned that whole paradigm and turned it on its head?
No, who's that?
Governor Ronald Reagan.
Oh.
So not only did he, get pissed and scare white folks and had them change up the rules when the Black Panthers came in there with their unloaded shotguns, he was the main architect, or one of the main architects of that, because they had a program set up. What was it called? Oh, goodness, I can't think of the name of it. But essentially, they had a model set up to where the state would fund higher education, outside of those fees, but he didn't like it. So back in 1960, he drastically cut public funding for those public schools. So, and over the years, it's gotten worse and worse to the point, that it is now, to where, if you don't have a lot of money or don't, get all of the scholarships that are out there, and a lot of these minority scholarships, guess what, are going away. along with their trying to get rid of Pell Grants and student loans. The Parent Plus loans are going away. And, of course, if you get out and you can't find a decent job, you cannot file bankruptcy and get rid of your student loan debt.
No, you can't.
So all of this all plays into what they want to do. And you're right, saddle folks with debt so much so that they can never get from underneath. And, this is all in that 940 some odd page document called Project 2025. So Trump, this go round, has been executing it almost to a T. So much so that there's talking about the next thing that's going to wind up happening is something called these Schedule F employees, where they want to change it to at-will employees. These are the career, public servants that, those jobs that stay around regardless of who's, which party is in charge. And all of those applications they put in for people to prove how MAGA and how conservative they were, they will fill them with them sick events, and it's just going to get worse. It is going to get worse.
And like you said, that was all spelled out in Project 2025. And it makes sense to do it. I mean, from their perspective, it makes sense that if I want to take over the government, I can get rid of people in government who might not do what I say do because they're not beholden to me for their job. So we get rid of all of them, and then we fill them with my people. So when I come in and say, okay, new law, new rule, I'm the king, and there's nobody, like I said, even right now, if Donald Trump does something like just terrible, who's gonna prosecute him? Who's going to come and arrest him? Who's going to put him out of office? Who? Nobody.
Absolutely nobody. He can be in a press briefing, pull out a gun, and just shoot and kill whoever he wants to. Ain't nobody gonna arrest him.
No.
You'll have some Republicans that may give a stern rebuke, but ain't nothing gonna happen to them.
Right.
Because they are scared. And with the FBI all in Trump, well, with that Cash Patel dude who can look at you and also cheat off of your neighbor's homework, that joker is scary because he is willing to say and do anything for that position. And and Trump already showed that he'll deport United States citizens too.
Yes, they will. They're already doing it.
Yep, and deport children who are taking cancer medication.
Yeah, they got to start with the babies. As weird as that sounds, you can make an excuse for deporting American citizens if they're babies. Because you can say, like, hey, the parents and, parents. Even if there's another guardian there to keep them, but we didn't want to separate the parents. And then people look at it, and once you get us used to the idea that it's okay to deport American citizens, the next thing you know, we got the criminals now. Well, they bad people anyway. We might want to go ahead and get them out of there. Now you got a whole precedent for deporting American citizens. They're not stupid. They know what they're doing this time around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When they think of crime anyway, they think of black folks and drug dealing. They think of gangs. So the gangs that they're going to be sending over there to that El Salvadorian concentration camp, or is that where it is? It's going to be black folks and brown folks, and there'll be some white folks in there, but they'll be his political enemies that they'll send over there. And then the president will go over there. Well, I can't sneak back someone who's illegal. I can't do it. That is just absolutely crazy that more Republicans haven't stood up as of yet. That and once they finally stand up, it's going to be too late. It is going to be too late because they're just so much that the Democrats can do on their side because of the numbers game. So yeah. And speaking of the numbers game, it's time for the wrestling report. And I only have two things because the NBA playoffs is on, and me and my sons, we've been watching that, and we stayed up till midnight our time. So I don't know if you guys saw the Golden State ending of that game again.
Oh yeah,
man, I'm glad I'm on Central Time because at least once it hit midnight, I'm like, okay, I can roll over. But y'all got to make the business decision. Are you gonna stay
Yeah, I
up and
told
watch
him
the
at the
game?
beginning of the show I'm sleep deprived because I watched that game.
Yeah, that it was a good game. It was a good game, especially after that massacre with Cleveland and Miami Heat. That was just my sons turned over to wrestle. I'm like, what are you doing? The other game is on. It was like they looked at me and started laughing. I'm like, yeah. But there's two quick things on the wrestling that I saw that I missed from the week before. I didn't realize that Gunther had choked out both Michael Cole and Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah, you missed that. Okay.
I missed that altogether. NBA playoffs. I'm get caught up in that, and then now at the next pay-per-view Backlash is going to be Gunther versus Pat McAfee. And then Pat McAfee, it was so funny the way he was talking because he was trying to convince himself that, I'm going to fight Gunther. And now he's like, oh, damn, I'm going to fight Gunther. so that should be somewhat entertaining. And then with the whole deal with the, I guess they haven't given the group a new name with Seth and the wise man Paul Heyman. And also I missed it too with Braun Breaker. I missed that.
Oh.
From the previous week. So, now they got this new evil alliance that they haven't come up with a name with. And pretty much with Sami Zayn and Seth Rollins, I don't know if you knew that both of them, they were in RH together. It's El Generico and Tyler Black. So that's where their history goes all the way back to the independents and there.
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay, yeah. Tyler Black. Well, Seth Rollins' name used to be Tyler Black, and they used to have some great matches. And El Generico, a white dude with a luchador mask on. So
Okay.
it was just funny in of itself. But what was it? It was, he asked him once again, I'm like, look, are you going to come with the new folks or are you going to stay in the past? And, Sammy wants to stay in the past, and he wound up getting curb stomped ultimately at the end. I don't have to go through the whole match part of it, but it's going to be interesting to see where they take this story, and then the whole deal with The Rock to where I guess he's having beef with Triple H on how the main event ended, and like I said, I haven't kept up enough about it, so I'm not going to ramble on about it there. But I think that is it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll be looking towards the east, and when that sun sets in the north, that's going to be something. That's going to illuminate the whole front side of my house. But you have a good one. Oh no, in the Project Bluebeam, I did do a quick search on that, and it's a conspiracy theory that the global elites are going to fake an alien landing, I guess, to manipulate the people. So with all the drones and everything, so that's what it's supposed to be about loosely. I don't know all the details because I'm not going down that rabbit hole because, I'm just not going to do it.
I'm going to
we'll
look
let
into
B-Rat. We'll let B-Rat fill us in on some more of that.
All right.
Yeah, but that's all I got.
All right, Brent, I appreciate the call.
All right, take it easy.
All right, that was Brent. I'm going to close this thing and open it back up again. All right, and so now if you want to call 513-717-KING, 513-717-KING. Just because I see Ron's on there saying like, we're kind of being brainwashed and all that kind of stuff, and that it's a crazy narrative, and it's not. It's all factual. None of what we said is not factual. They're deporting American citizens. That guy who name I can't ever remember, the one who they sent to El Salvador, and they said he was a MS-13 member and all of that kind of stuff, and y'all like, well, they gotta order to deport him anyway, so even if they bring him back, they gonna have to deport him anyway. That's not necessarily true, because I kind of looked into it, and he had in 2019 he was granted a withholding of removal order. A withholding of removal order. So they couldn't send him back to El Salvador. He wasn't. They had an order saying that they wasn't sending him back. So they just violated that. So, well, he a gang member. He may or he may not be. But you kind of, number one, you got to prove it. And then, if you want to deport him, deport him. I heard my man Wyatt saying, like, look, y'all were so worried about due process. He wasn't worried about due process when he came over here illegally. Well, he didn't come over here illegally. His parents brought him. I mean, you know, you don't look at a kid, you know, who's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, whose parents bring them over here illegally and say, little kid, are you not worried about due process? Of course you don't do that. He's a kid. He don't have a criminal record here. But even just putting all of that aside, let's say he didn't care nothing about due process because he was a so-called criminal. Is the idea that we're not gonna, why do we give criminals, people who are charged with crimes, due process? Wouldn't that same logic hold? Like, hey, you robbed a bank. You didn't care about due process then, so you don't get no trial. You just guilty, and you sentenced to life in prison. Like, wait a minute, you didn't even prove I did it. You didn't care about due process when you robbed a bank, so we don't care about due process now. That's not the way it works. It's not the way we do things. You didn't care about due process when you hit that lady. I said I didn't hit the lady. You wasn't caring about due process then, so you don't get due process now. You're guilty, and you got to go to jail. Whoa. That's not how we do things. And you can't argue against due process. Not and expect in America to have some sort of higher ground. They admitted they were wrong. They admitted they made an error. Just make it right. Well, but they just gonna deport him again. So you wanted to bring him back and then go through due process and then deport him? Sure. Again, to me, that's like if you're in prison, but you were never found guilty. Not on that, like, you didn't do that crime. The crime they got you in jail for, you didn't do it. Well, but they found you guilty of speeding. So what, you want us to just let you out of jail and then put you back in jail for speeding? Sure. Take me to court for speeding. And if I go to jail for speeding, I go to jail for speeding. But don't leave me in jail for rape when I didn't rape nobody. Sounds kind of convoluted because the conversation that was happening was, he's over there now. He a criminal anyway. So if we bring him back, he already marked to be deported. So what, y'all want us to bring him back and then try him, find him guilty of whatever, and then deport him? Is that what y'all want? What difference do it make if we deport him for being a MS-13 or if we deport him for coming over here illegally? Well, it makes a big difference. What difference do it make if we put you in jail for rape or if we put you in jail for, I don't know, tax evasion? If you didn't rape nobody, you don't want to be in jail for rape. Okay, I didn't pay my taxes. You know, give me my, 2 years. Don't give me life in prison for a rape I didn't commit. Oh, now we care about due process. We're supposed to always care about due process. How do you make excuses for the wrong? Sometimes you just say, yeah, they was wrong. They was wrong. The Trump administration was wrong when they did that. Yeah, they shouldn't have deported that guy. They should have gave him his due process. Yeah, when the Supreme Court said, or when the court said, bring him back, they should have brought him back. Sometimes you just say wrong is wrong. You don't have to defend wrong because it's your guy. You don't. Yeah, that's apparently mistakes happen. Oh, well, mistakes happen. And we correct them if we can. And we can. We don't just live with mistakes happen. That's all part of why you give somebody due process. They deported this dude that they wasn't supposed to deport. And I'm a Trump supporter. And I say, you know what? I support Donald Trump. I like a lot of what he's doing. But he's wrong there. The administration is wrong. And they should make that right. See how sensible that is? See how sensible that is? Ron said, you're a damn lie. We live with mistakes. Happens all the time. Well then, Ron, why were you just on here complaining about your back? Mistakes happen. Right? So ain't that, don't complain about it no more. Mistakes happen. Just move on. That's not the way we do. When the mistake happened, you wanted something done. Correct the mistake. Compensate me for the mistake. Get me out of some of this pain. You don't just say, if your doctor had to just come to you and said, mistakes happen, but I'm in pain all the time and my left leg is pointed. Ron, mistakes happen. You wouldn't have been like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Mistakes happen. You wanted it fixed. Rightfully so. CK says, I have a bone to pick with you about the caller Friday. She was out of line and she will be exposed by me tomorrow. I hate to hear that, CK. I hate to hear that, CK. I don't even know who you're talking about, but I feel bad for whoever the caller was. They're going to be exposed. I feel bad. Oh, that tickled me. I don't know why. I feel bad. But yeah, no, I had that on here because I did kind of over the weekend. I did a little more reading on it, and some of the information that people was giving us was bad information. Some of it was just bad information. Either they misunderstood, or they were just believing what they heard. But the stuff that I read, again, based on Washington Post and other news organizations, whether I really don't remember all of them, BBC. It was a number of so-called reputable news organizations. Now, if they're lying, then they lie. Daryl says, when are we going to do this Constitution reading? Funny, I'd be looking at the Constitution because it sits here. It's my copy of the U.S. Constitution. It sits here now that I've said I'm going to read it. And I don't know. Y'all tell me. Y'all want to do it tomorrow? Y'all want to do it tomorrow? We can do it tomorrow. We can read Constitution tomorrow. CK says, Livingston, the reason people hate you is because when you laugh at things, you make them funnier than it really is. That just tickled me. It was just out of nowhere. I'm sorry. I apologize. I should not have laughed. But Daryl, I'm making an executive decision. We are reading Constitution tomorrow. So Article 1 of the Constitution, at least, maybe Article 1, Article 2, but definitely Article 1 of the Constitution tomorrow. No, we never agreed that it was Constitution Tuesdays. People specifically did not want us to do Fridays or Tuesdays. So we'll do Wednesday. At least Wednesday. Maybe Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday we'll do Constitution won't be we won't read the whole show. Won't just be reading the Constitution. The whole show won't be reading the Constitution. We'll read some of the Constitution, like Article 1 tomorrow. Then maybe and then we'll talk about this other stuff, like Terrence Howard rejected a role as Marvin Gaye because he didn't want to kiss a man. And an 11-year-old Florida boy died by suicide. And his alleged bully will make your blood run cold. This was on The Root. I do kind of want to point this out. This 11-year-old boy died by suicide. He was in Florida. He killed himself. And they allege that his teacher was the bully. His teacher used to say things to him in class. The allegation is that his teacher used to say things to him in class to shame him. And like have the whole class participate. Now, I don't think, just based on what I was reading, I don't think she was necessarily singling him out. That was her style. That was her style of teaching. Oh, you in class talking, but you stupid. Don't everybody agree that so-and-so is stupid? Yeah, see, da-da-da-da-da. And, apparently she did it to a number of people. But some people can handle some things and, that somebody else can't handle. And apparently, allegedly, this 11-year-old boy felt overwhelmed by it, and he felt bullied by his teacher. Hold on, let me pull this story up. I see the stuff, and then I'll be like, I don't know that I'm, so, And I'll be trying to give y'all details of the story from memory. Sorry, y'all, that's my stomach growling. Gotta eat something. Let me put it into the search so that I can pull it up. Let's see. Which one will we pick up? Let's pick up this one. Legacy Elementary School 5th grader Lewis Johnson was reported to have taken his own life. The Marion County Sheriff Office said after coming home, his dad left his firearm on the counter and walked outside briefly to check his truck. Within that time, Lewis grabbed the gun and shot himself. Following the incident, the parents passed out suicide prevention flyers to spread awareness, but they also used their activism to call out the person they believe responsible for making Lewis's life miserable, one of his own teachers, and they named her Dawn White. In a newly filed wrongful death lawsuit, the parents detailed the heartbreaking verbal abuse Lewis was allegedly subject to. White was accused of ridiculing Lewis in front of his classmates for months ahead of his death. The lawsuit says the teacher would call the boy stupid, said he didn't know anything, and mocked him about his grades in front of the class. She would even go as far as to encourage other students in joining in the banter, the suit claims. Quote, I don't know why you're talking because you don't even know anything. You don't know nothing in this class. Isn't that right, kids? Allegedly, she used to say stuff like that. Johnson's parents accused Marion County Public Schools of taking no action to prevent the alleged bullying after having contacted the schools to discuss the matter, but to no avail per the suit. So that means, that says to me that at some point the parents heard about this and went to the school to complain. So this wasn't just a kid who never said anything to anybody. Apparently he was saying to his parents, the teacher bullies me. And the parents go to the school and say, hey, look, the teacher is kind of hard on Lewis. And the school does nothing. This is at least according to the lawsuit. They said as a result, their son suffered mental distress, including anxiety, depression, and embarrassment, which manifested into physical distress. Following an internal investigation into Lewis's death, White's contract with the school was not renewed. The investigation found, and this is what the school investigated, the investigation found she chronically inflicted psychological distress on not just Lewis, but on multiple students. The report says she verbally insulted, humiliated, and embarrassed students, which created a hostile educational environment. Unfortunately, amidst the alleged bullying, Lewis's request to be released from her class went unheard. And now they're left grieving their son, who was full of potential and promise. The family is seeking $75,000 in damages as well as a jury trial. Yeah, only 75,000. Only 75,000. I would be suing for a lot more than that. But I could see that. I mean, I don't know this teacher. I can't say this teacher did that. The school did an investigation, and the school came to the conclusion that, yeah, she was doing all of this stuff to students. Which is why the school should definitely be on the hook, because if you would have done this investigation when the parents and the student was complaining about it, then maybe this young man wouldn't have took his life. I'm sorry, this young boy. He wasn't a young man. He was a boy. This 11-year-old boy would not have taken his life. Well, hindsight is 20/20. Oh, but you can just simply investigate. It's not that hard to not treat people really bad. And apparently y'all had the means to do an investigation. Like at some point, if I'm the school, look, you ain't got to sue me. Look, we didn't believe you when you came in and said that there was a teacher that was bullying your child and making him feel bad to the point of some sort of physical manifestation of that. We didn't believe you. He killed himself. We investigated, and you know what we found out? There was a teacher that was bullying your kid to the point of making him feel really bad. So guess what? You ain't got to sue us. We gon' settle this. What you need? I know it don't make it right. It don't make it good. We can't bring him back. But you ain't even got to go through the whole process of the suit. What you're asking for $75,000, here is, I don't know, 2 million, 3 million, whatever. Because $75,000 just ain't enough. It's just not enough. I would feel that, well, it ain't your money, Emanuel. If I'm the superintendent of schools, it ain't my money, taxpayers, it's y'all money, and we gonna give $2 million of y'all money to this family. $3 million of y'all money. They asked for $75,000. We giving them $2 million. We giving them $3 million. I don't know what we giving them, but we not giving them no $75,000 because we were wrong. The teacher was wrong for doing it. We were wrong for ignoring them and not investigating ahead of time. Sorry, we can't bring the child back. But people I'm glad that, it seems like, at least according to this, they believed their child, and they went and made complaints. Parents, I would have pulled maybe you don't know. It's easy. Again, hindsight is 20/20, and I'm not them, and I wasn't in their situation, and I'm not saying that they're wrong in any way, shape, or form. But, man, I'd like to think that if my child came to me and expressed to me how they felt about this teacher to the point that I felt like I had to go up to the school and, my cries weren't being heard. Sorry, my kid can't go to the school no more. Man, I ain't got the money to just, I homeschool. I don't know what I would do, but I don't think I would allow my child to stay in that situation. Janice, are you giving me a hard time because I said y'all money? I'm sorry, Janice. I'm sorry. This is how I talk. I'll be working on it. I know. I'll be working on it. Janice, leave me alone. I'm trying. But no, I would like to think that I would have pulled my kid out of the school. But if you don't know how deep it's affecting your child, then you don't know. And so if you don't know how deep it's affecting your child, then maybe you don't pull your kid out. You just go up to the school and you talk to them. And you hope they do the right thing. And you hope that they talk to the teacher and tell the teacher, like, chill out. Chill out. It don't take all of that. But no, it's sad. And I know I've told my story about abuse at the hands of a teacher. Mr. Mitchell used to swat me every day. He just didn't like me. I knew every day he was going to find a reason to swat me. And I told my parents, and they just didn't believe me. They felt like, what are you doing to get swatted every day? Really, you know me every day? I get a swat every day. You know me. Well, teacher ain't just going to lie on it. Yes, they will. Teachers are people. They lie. They bully. They treat people bad. Not all of them. Some of them. It can happen. So you can't just dismiss it because it's a person in authority. People have been telling us for years there is something in the human condition that when we are put in a position of authority over other people, for some people, something happens to them and they can't conduct themselves appropriately. And I think if you're in a position to oversee people in a position of authority, you have to keep that in mind. I'm not even, because I used to just be out of mind that makes you a bad person. I believe that there is something in us humans, not all of us, but enough of us to be something that we can recognize. Here's the gun and a badge. And now you out there kicking ass. Why are you kicking people ass? I don't know. I got this gun and I got this badge, and so I have this authority. I just feel like having authority mean I should be kicking some ass sometime, don't it? No, it don't. Give me that gun. Give me that badge. You're not set up for this. This is not you. You are not one of those people who can handle authority. Thank you, gun, badge. Go on about your way. Instead of covering, police cover, school districts cover. Instead of covering for them, really look at them. Maybe you can't handle authority, maybe. If you blocking people because they answer a question before you get the opportunity to answer a question, maybe you can't handle that sort of authority. Or at least if you're threatening to block people because they answer a question before you get the chance to answer the question. Maybe you can't handle that kind of authority, and that authority needs to be taken from you. Don't necessarily make you a bad person. It's just something in you. You can't handle that. It happens, and you can't handle it. Catholic schools cover. So yeah, I think they should. I like that they're asking for a jury. I think I might understand the purpose of only asking for $75,000, but asking for a jury trial. The point in that is, to a jury, I don't seem like I'm being greedy. This makes me seem sympathetic. I lost my child, and I'm just asking for the small amount. And then you hope that the jury, who's, made up of people, humans, with sympathy and empathy, they look at it and they say, like just about everybody else said, $75,000 is nowhere near enough. And then they'll say, yeah, we're giving them this money, but and I don't remember the terms. What are the terms I'm looking for? Like, you get punitive damages and what's the other one? So they'll say, here's the $75,000 you asked for. And then as punishment, which I think is what punitive damages are, as punishment, we're going to give you $10 million. So I think that's kind of, the reason why they're doing what they're doing. Pamela says, I used to visit my daughter's school all the time about teachers. She had a teacher, got mad because she wasn't tapping her foot while playing a horn in music class. She told him black folk don't need to tap our feet because we have natural rhythm. The teacher got mad. I don't know if that's true, but I don't need to tap my foot. But I don't know that that's an all black people thing, because I done seen some black people clap so offbeat it wasn't funny. But that's not the point that you were making. The point that you was making was she didn't have to do it, and the teacher got mad, and you believed in your daughter, and so you were at the school to protect your daughter. And but the little baby be going through some little stuff. And well, y'all know I done share some of that with y'all, and I'll tell her mama anytime if you need me to come to that school, let me know. I like to let her and, the daddy handle things. But if it get out of hand, I ain't got no problem going to the school. Not going to let things get too out of hand with the little baby. Black Lion say, damn, Emanuel, he must have just not liked how you looked. Every day? Yes, Black Lion. Every day, I promise you. When I tell people this, people think I'm exaggerating. I wish some of the people that was in my class was watching this and they could call in and verify what I'm saying is true. It was literally every day he would find a reason. And we used to be like, just me and my one or two friends used to be like, what's it gonna be today? Why he gonna swat you today? Now, if I didn't do my homework, if we had homework that I didn't turn in, I knew I was getting a swat that day. So yeah, what he gonna come up with today? I didn't do my homework. Oh, you're giving him an excuse. It don't matter. You do it anyway. But if it wasn't a homework, what he gonna get you for today? He gonna say I'm looking at him funny. Now, I think you gonna move and he gonna say you disrupting the class. We used to have all different kind of reasons, and sometimes we'd be right. And it's crazy when you right, like I'd be like, he gonna say I'm looking at him too hard. He gonna say I'm looking at him too hard. Watch, he gonna say I'm looking at him too hard. And he gonna say this, he gonna say that. And then when he would be like, Livingston, why are you looking at me? Come on. And he pulled out his little thing. He always tapped the desk, with his paddle. Let's go outside. And I would look at him like, I told y'all. And it was crazy because I had a sense of pride. Like, I'm right. Like, I won something. I just wasn't getting a swat. So yeah, there are teachers that took advantage of that then, and I'm sure now. Daryl say, my kids' teachers hate to see me coming because they know I don't hold back when it come to my kids. My wife hates to tell me stuff happen at their school. And I get on my kids when they do wrong too, though. Yeah. And I didn't even tell my parents. After a while, I just stopped telling my parents. They never called. They called the house one time. One time the school called the house about me getting a swat. Once. Because back in the day, they didn't call your parents necessarily when they just took you outside and gave you a swat. Sometimes they swatted you in class. I got some swats just in front of the whole class just so he could make a show of it. But I don't think that they should have ever been able to physically discipline me and not send a note home with my parents like we swatted Emanuel today. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Livingston, hope all is well. We beat Emanuel ass today. Best regards, Mr. Mitchell. Oh, what they beat your ass for, son? He said, I looked at him too hard. No, he didn't say that. What'd he really say? No, for real. He said, I looked at him too hard. Then maybe they came up to the school like, hold on. Did you hit my son because he looked at you? See, then that would have been an issue. But back in the day, they didn't have to do any of that stuff. They did not they should have. They should have required that anytime you're going to pull out a stick and whoop a kid ass with it, you got to tell their parents that you did it. That should just be a rule. You don't get to pull out a board and hit a kid with it without telling their parent that you hit them with a board. That should have been a rule. It wasn't a rule. It was not a rule. Now, outside of Mr. Mitchell class, I never got a swat. Never, not one. Well, that's not true. But the one that I got outside of Mr. Mitchell class came from Mr. Mitchell class. But outside of that whole Mr. Mitchell situation, never got a swat. Never. Never got suspended. I think I might have had to do 1 or 2 detentions for homework's sake, but I never got in trouble. I never got in trouble. Mr. Mitchell just didn't like me. Is Mr. Mitchell still living? I doubt it. Again, if I can't say what I would do to Mr. Mitchell, because the last time somebody asked me, if you saw Mr. Mitchell, what would you do? And I told them what I would do, I got a strike. Facebook gave me a strike. They said I was threatening violence. I was like, he's probably dead. I'm not threatening a dead guy. He's probably dead. Why did I get a strike? But yes, I did. I got a strike the last time somebody asked me what I would do if I ever ran into Mr. Mitchell. Ron, you know what nursing home Mr. Mitchell's in. I can't say what I would do. I don't want to get another strike. Nat Turner said, you never wrote sentences for homework. Now look, homework was my thing. I had the stupid policy. I know now, I'm 54 years old. So now it makes sense. But 40 years ago, it was an amazing policy. My policy was, I don't do homework because I don't need homework. Homework is for people who don't understand the assignment. Tests, that's for people who understood the assignment, who understands the logic and all of that stuff. I could get 100 on your test. I don't need to do your homework. That was my mindset. To some degree, homework is for stupid kids. I'm not a stupid kid. You told me 2 + 2 was 4. I thought about it in class. It made sense. I get it. 2 + 2 is 4. Why do I got to go home and do 30 minutes of 2 + 2 is 4? I get it. Damn. 2 + 2 is 4. Why I got to keep going through this? I got it. A² + B² = C². Okay, I got it. Well, now go home and do all of these problems. They're all this, it's just, you just plugging in different numbers for A, B, and C. I got it. Why I gotta do this? So yeah, for me, homework was just stupid. So I refused, I refused to do homework. And all of the trouble that I got into through school was due to me not doing homework. I wasn't an attitude problem, none of that kind of stuff. I wasn't a talkative guy. I wasn't a jokester. None of that. I just would not do homework. Told y'all my best class, or I was a C student. Again, because I didn't do homework. Y'all know homework was 25% of the grade, which means if you don't do the homework, the best you can do is a 75. That's if you ace everything else, 75. 75 is a C. I was a C student. Except for 10th grade English. Well, and geometry. 10th grade English and geometry. In 10th grade English, I said, let me give this a try. And I told my teacher, I don't do homework. I've told this story before. I don't do homework. And she said, oh, really? And I said, really? I said, but trust me, I'll understand everything that I'm supposed to understand. And she said, well, I assign homework. And I said, yeah, I'm not going to do it. I said, but what if I could prove to you that I understand everything? And she made the deal with me. If you get 100, because she gave tests at the end of the week. If you get 100 on your test, I'll give you credit for all of the homework through the week. If you get a 99, you don't get credit. I was like, cool. Well, you know, some of this is essay questions. Blah, blah. About no essay questions. Janice. Okay. care about no essay questions. And I got 100. And she's like, how are you doing this? I'm like, because I understand the word. Like, this ain't hard stuff. I don't have to go home and, I don't have to do all of that. I know how to read. So I can read the book, and I got the information in my head. Ask me anything you want to about the book. I got it. Got an A in that class. In geometry, I had a guy who did not understand the work. But he did the homework every week. And, he took his time doing every day. He took his time doing the homework, so all the answers was right. So what he would do is he would do my homework. He would do, the homework, and he would do it twice. And he would give me one, and I would turn that in. And when it came time to take tests, I would take my test, swap it with him. Because we was doing, if we was doing Scantron, it was really easy. Boom, 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 fill in the things. And, boom, give it to him. He put his name at the top, turn it in. But in geometry, a lot of stuff you can't necessarily do on Scantron. And I would do his homework for him. I would take the test and then pass it to him, and he passed me the blank test. And then I'd take the test the second time. He put his name on it. I put my name on it, turned it in. Boom. Hey. No problem. Those are the only 2 classes I believe I got A's in. Well, gym and stuff like that. Those don't really count. Gym, home ec, that stuff don't really count. I'm talking about stuff where, it was homework and, like real work and grades and everything. So yeah, that was my rule. I don't do homework. But again, my whole point is they shouldn't be able to hit a kid with a board and not tell their parents that they hit them with a board. Mary says, did you get paid for that test? No. Well, yes, I got paid in homework. Again, every day he would do the homework twice. And he would come in, and every day he would give me a paper. That's your homework. I put my name on the top of it, turn it in. So it was just fair trade as far as I was concerned. It was a fair trade. He gives me homework. I take his test. I did the same thing in college. In college, logical reasoning 101. I can't remember his name, Alabama State. I can't remember his name. With logical reasoning 101. The football players. I don't understand this stuff. Like, you understand this stuff. Yeah, I like this stuff. I'm learning stuff. I didn't know nothing about all these fallacies and all that kind of stuff. I didn't understand what they were. I knew they made sense, but I didn't know what they were. I never put a name to them and all that kind of stuff. So all of this stuff makes sense to me. So yeah, you take my test for me. What's in it for me? Oh, we be cool. I don't need to be cool with you. I'm cool not being cool. What's in it for me? And they made it worth my while. And so, yeah, I think it was 4 of them. I'm not sure. It might have been 3. Either 3 or 4 guys. And I took their tests. And we would just, I would take the test. Boom, pass it. Somebody would pass me another one. Pass it. Somebody would. And when I would finish it, they put their name on it, turn it in, and leave. Boom, pass it, and get another one. And then the last one was mine. And I remember I was a little upset because on the final, like, they all got hundreds. And I got like a 95. And I was like, what? How do I get a 95? Myosha, what the hell is a logical reasoning? It sounds like a basket weaving course. It's a class about logical reasoning. You learn about different fallacies and, different ways to argue and all of that kind of stuff. You learn about all of that stuff. There's a, I want to say a science, but there's a field of study where you learn about how to reason logically. And I was only taking logical reasoning 101. I didn't get to take the elevating classes. Were you in the cool kids clique in school? No, I was in no clique in school. I was in no clique. I wasn't cool. I wasn't hip. I wasn't with it. Whatever was good, I wasn't it. I didn't dress well. I didn't have nice clothes. I was short. I was skinny. I was fit. Abs. I was fit. Nice arms. I used to flex on. No, I was fit, but I was small. I was thin. But I was not cool in any way, shape, or form. Yes, was short. I didn't know I was short then. Again, I didn't come to the realization that I was short until sometime in my 30s, I do believe. Jared, okay, never mind. This sounds depressing. I was never depressed about it. I was happy. Like, I had a happy childhood. I don't know why I never felt bad about like not having a lot of friends and stuff like that. I've never been that guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? You got people, I say this to y'all all the time too. Like, you got people who walk into a room and they meet people. Mrs. Livingston is one of those people. We walk into a room and she meets people and they sitting there having conversations, exchanging numbers, laughing and giggling, and she just met a new friend and all of that kind of stuff. I'm just sitting there like, is it over yet? Can we go? You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of those people. So I never felt any kind of way about not being popular, cool, or having a lot of friends. I had my 2 or 3 friends. And I didn't even really kick it with them a lot. I've just always been a keep to myself type of person and enjoyed myself. I just like now, then I enjoy life. Like I more enjoy watching people, observing people's, how people interact with people, enjoying how, I think that's why I like that Pop the Balloon show, which reminds me, I'm gonna talk about that in a second, but I've always enjoyed watching, learning, studying how people interact with each other, why people do the things that they do, and how that either helps them or hinders them from, quote, fitting in and all of that kind of stuff. I've always enjoyed that. So I was let me sit at the lunch counter and then let me pick out the cliques. And let me kind of figure out, why are these people together in a clique? What are they getting from each other? And I'm learning that they think they're better than they are, but they think they're better than they are. And somehow they all make that clique feel like they're worse than they are. And how do they accomplish that? For real, this is the stuff that used to go through my mind as a kid, in particular in high school, but even as a kid. Like, why do they hang together? What do they all have? Like, they not alike. So what is this person adding to that group? And what is this person adding to that group? And how do that whole dynamic work? Who the leader? And is it just one leader all the time? Or in this situation, is this person the leader? But when it's this situation, this person is all of that stuff. I've always enjoyed that. So yeah, you'll see me a lot of times if I'm like, when I cruise, I'm up, on a deck, sitting in a chair, watching people. You know what I'm saying? If me and Mrs. Livingston ain't got nothing going on, She always got something going on. I enjoy doing nothing. Like, doing nothing for me is fun. So I enjoy doing nothing. She enjoys doing something. So I defer to her. And when she wants to do something, we do something. But, you know, when she don't want to do nothing, I'm cool. And then I just sit there and I just be watching people. Why is he doing that? Like, that don't even make sense. You know. So, no, nothing sad about it. Nothing sad about it at all. Pop the Balloon. So I watched part of the last Pop the Balloon, or I guess the third Pop the Balloon. Okay, the first one, they was too zany. The second one, they overcorrected and they were too dull and boring. But the third one, I think they're trying to find a sweet spot, but I gave up on it. I think I said some of this last week, but I watched what is her name? The host. I can't remember her name right now. It began with an A. Arlette. I watched Arlette Pop the Balloon, and then I watched the Netflix Pop the Balloon. And I really did come to the conclusion Arlette makes the show. Now, some of it is the contestants. Or they're not even, like, on Netflix, I feel like they're contestants. On YouTube, I feel like they're people. If that make any sense. So I watched the difference in the people. And of course, one of the differences in the people is that I feel like the people are more authentic on YouTube and less authentic on Netflix. They're definitely black on YouTube, and it's a mixture on Netflix. But more than anything, I feel like it's Arlette. Arlette is there, and she's there. She does a good job of facilitating the conversation. The lady on Netflix is a comedian, is my understanding. Well, not my understanding. Mrs. Livingston made me watch one of her Netflix specials. I think it was Netflix. One of her comedy specials. She wasn't funny. But she's on there trying to be funny. Like, she's looking for the funny. She's looking for, the host on Netflix is looking for the entertainment value of the show. Whereas Arlette is just trying to facilitate, hopefully, somebody finding love. And she makes Arlette helps make the show. Because she asks the right questions at the right time. She ain't always fair. Like, she didn't have to tell that that last dude had old girl. You know, the light, I don't know if y'all watched this last one, but the light-skinned girl that looked like she had a BBL. He had her, and then Arlette gonna put him out there like, don't you have anything else that you want to tell her about you? And it was funny because Mrs. Livingston was like, is she gonna, I was like, she gonna out him. She gonna out him about the cheating. She gonna put it, and she was like, nah, she wouldn't do that. And I was like, you ain't been watching this long enough. Arlette is not gonna let him be a cheater and not expose that to this woman before they get an opportunity to get together. It's not gonna happen. And sure enough, is there something else you want to tell her on, about your loyalty? And I was like, I knew she was going to do it. I knew she was going to make him tell. I knew she was not going to put that girl in that position. But if Arlette wouldn't have told, he'd have had old girl. He'd have had her. I don't know why did he even go on the show. Yeah, I don't know why he went on the show. But I knew Arlette wasn't going. Arlette is like your girlfriend, like your homegirl. And if she know he a cheater, no, your homegirl gonna be like, girl, he a cheater. Now, I'm going to tell you that he's a cheater. Then you can decide what you want to do. But I'm not introducing you to him and all that kind of stuff because he's a cheater. He is a cheater. Now, if you still want me to introduce you, knowing that he a cheater, then, that's fine. I'll put y'all in the same room together. But I am not, my hands ain't going to have nothing to do with that. That's Arlette. So I knew she was going to do it. Is the Netflix host black? She's black, but she's, Nigerian? I don't know that makes a huge difference, except for, I know when we watched her little comedy special, it was all about Nigerian culture. So her entire comedy special to me was all about Nigerian culture. No problem with it. Maybe the jokes didn't resonate with me because I'm not Nigerian. So, but that plays a large part of her comedy. But no, she's black. She's Nigerian. She's not funny, but she's always looking for the funny. Yeah, he tried to run off so she wouldn't pop the balloon. It was funny. I thought she should have went on ahead and gave him a chance because she was feeling him. She was feeling him. She was going to pop the other dude. She was feeling him. And I think they would have made a good match until he cheated on her. If he would have ever cheated on her. Nigga say, I was hoping Arlette was going to out him. I knew she was. I said, ain't no way. Even if I said when it get down to if he is one of the last two, when it get down to that last two, before she let her pop the other guy, she gonna say that he's a cheater. How she gonna get it out, I don't know, but she's definitely gonna get it out. I knew it was gonna happen. So how did Arlette know he was a cheater? He said, I'm a cheater. That's crazy, I know. But he said, yeah, to a number of the women, yeah, I'm a cheater. Like, yeah, I'll cheat on you. You do something wrong, I'll cheat. He said it. That's how she knew. But he didn't say it with this girl out there. So, yeah, he hadn't mentioned it. And so Arlette wanted to make it known, like, he's a cheater. Before you pop any other balloons, it's 2 men left. You got to pop somebody. But before you pop, you got something you want to tell her? It was kind of that vibe. Yeah. Tria says, I don't watch it. I think people should watch it. It's just, to me, number one, it's kind of funny. But to me, it's more of a sociology kind of experiment. You see why a lot of these young people are having a hard time getting together. But this is for real my take on it. And I hear people like, oh, that ain't good for the culture, and oh, that ain't good for this, and oh, it ain't nothing but. I look at it as a sociology experiment, and it gives you the opportunity to see why a lot of these young people aren't getting together. And not just young people, because sometimes they have older people in there and they have the same mindsets. So you get to see why people end up like not getting together a lot of times, because people are, I don't want to say look for the wrong thing, because who am I to say what's right and what's wrong for somebody? But people be looking for the wrong thing. Like what, the girl who was popping everybody balloon because I don't like your haircut. Yeah, for me, a guy's haircut should be short and even all around. Hold on. You are rejecting love, relationships, based on somebody's haircut, which, not that you necessarily would, but like you changing. I could theoretically go get a haircut tomorrow. That would make me look different, haircut wise than today. And if Mrs. Livingston said to me, I'm really attracted to guys with unconventional hairlines, this bushy, I could let my hair grow out a little bushy. Like, she like this. So, if I'm running around with my hair bushy, I really prefer a man just faded up. I could go get a fade. But you're rejecting everything else about you is perfect, but I don't like your shoestrings. You what? Yeah, your shoestrings, they're a little dirtier than I would like. Hold on. For real, you're rejecting people because their shoestrings are a little dirtier than you would like? Like, they're not dirty. They just not like sparkling white. You're rejecting them? Steban says, is there 40 plus Pop the Balloon? They've done 40 plus. They've done 40 plus. They do different ages. It'd be all over the place. Sometimes it'd be the young people, early 20s. It'd be, 30s, 30s to 40s, 40s to 50s. I've seen people on there, 55 or so. And it don't just, they'll have like a whole 55 or so lineup. Yeah, they do different age groups. They do different age groups. You would a bush look cray. I had a bush as long as it can grow. Like, my hair don't grow very long. So I let my hair grow for a year. I didn't get a haircut for a year. Let it grow. It wasn't very long. It was just long enough to braid. And my sister braided it for me. And when I took, the braids out, had a little small bush. I'll say maybe 2 inches. 2.5 inches. That's all my hair grew in a whole year. 2.5 inches. And I was taking care of it and everything. It just doesn't grow. Myers say, yeah, I didn't like you with the longer hair or with the braids. Yeah, my hair, it just doesn't grow that long. Mrs. Livingston didn't believe me. We both decided on the same day. Because she wears her hair short. Like, shorter than mine. Short. And so we both decided we're not cutting our hair for a year. Her hair was like down, like she would, because she let it lock. And she would pull the lock, and the lock would be like all the way down here. And my hair is like 2 inches long. And she's like, why your hair ain't growing? I'm like, it just don't grow. This is as long as it's going to get. She just did not believe me. She did not believe me. Her hair was just growing and growing and growing. It's like some people hair just grow longer, and some people don't. Your hair grows faster and mine don't grow. It's just the way it is. But she didn't believe me initially. But no, Tanika, I had a little bush and I got it braided. I didn't love it. It's not funny, but no, she didn't. She couldn't. She really couldn't understand. Like, your hair should be longer than that. I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. It won't go no more. It just won't do it. All right, y'all. I gotta get ready to get out of here. Jerica talked about it sounding like the wrestling report. I sent Jerica a picture of her on the Pop the Balloon show. It was a lady on the Pop the Balloon show that to me looked not exactly, but like so. I like, for real, when she first came on, I had to do a little bit of a double take. It was just, a headshot. And I had to do a little bit of a double take, like, Jerica? It's like, oh, no, that's not Jerica. And I took a picture of it and I sent it to her. And I think even she had to admit the young lady favored her a bit. Did you see my comment? What's everybody watching? Or everyone, sorry. Hey, you didn't respond to my karate text. Karate text? I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what that means. And I can't really do a bald head. I can't really do a bald head because y'all, it's hard to see, but my head, I don't know which way is best, but my head has a little bit of a lump right there. So it kind of dip down and go up here. You can't really tell. But if my head was bald, you'd really see it. Like even when I cut my hair really close, it's not. But then once you go bald, I went bald once, like shaved my head bald. Never again. Never again. The shape of my head does not work well with nothing on it. So I sent you a text about karate about 2 days ago. I'll have to look. I must have missed it. I apologize. Andrea says, oh, they're talking about something. The one white lady was a little off. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what they're talking about. You should host an afternoon experiment version of Pop the Balloon. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Because I fear people would be trying either too hard to be funny or to be cruel. People would either be trying to be funny or they would be trying to be cruel. And on something like that, you don't want to, like, you want to be real with people. Like, if everybody was like, damn, you got on a whole lot of makeup. Like, you know, why'd you pop her balloon? She just got on a whole lot of makeup. Okay, next. Why'd you pop that balloon? It's too much makeup. Why'd you pop that balloon? Oh, it's the makeup. It's too much makeup. Then you hope that that person gets the idea that you don't need all that makeup. You might think that that's attractive. Your girls might think that that's attractive, but men don't think that that's attractive. You know, because that's kind of the hope when you're asking why this and why that. But I feel like people would be too cruel. When are you and Wyatt bringing back the King and I? That's a Wyatt question. That's a Wyatt question. Whenever Wyatt is down, he be busy. So whenever he's down, all right. Emanuel, are you watching Godfather of Harlem? I would love to, but I don't have MGM Plus. I don't have MGM Plus. And I don't know why. They don't have enough content on there for me to invest in MGM Plus. They just don't. Now, if somebody has MGM Plus and they want to give me their credentials, you know, I'll download it and I'll watch it. I'll download it and I'll watch it. But short of that, I can't pay for MGM Plus. I can't do it. There's not enough return on the investment. But I would like to watch it. I've liked all of the seasons so far, which I wasn't sure that I would. I thought Godfather of Harlem was on Paramount Plus. No, it's MGM Plus. MGM Plus. My MGM Plus is tied into my Amazon Prime. Do you pay extra for it? Because if not, I need to be calling Amazon Prime. I got Amazon Prime. And if they giving Amazon MGM Plus free with Amazon Prime, I need to get in on that. So is it tied to your Amazon Prime or because if it is, then I understand, I can't give you my Amazon Prime. You gonna be on there buying stuff. Like, no, then I'm gonna be mad, and we gonna be up in Judge Mathis' courtroom, and he gonna be making rulings based on anything but the law. So yeah, no. Yeah, you pay extra. Okay. Yeah, I'm not paying no extra for unless it's like $1. I give them an extra $1, but I'm not giving them no 5, 6, $6.99 a month. No, not doing it. Jacqueline says I didn't know that. Um, check out tvpass.org. Thank me later. I'm checking it out right now. Hold on. Technically, y'all, the show is over. You know, the show been over for a minute. I just been kind of rambling. This is like the after show portion of the show. So for those of you who, want to go or got to go or whatever, enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a great night. But yeah, this is kind of the after show type of thing. But thank y'all for y'all support. I appreciate y'all. tvpass.org. Okay. Let me see. I don't see MGM Plus on here. I'll have to really check it out. How does it feel being back in Lincoln's chat? I think it's funny. Fame, this is the after show. The show is over. This is just the after show where I just kind of chat with the few people who want to chat with me. I'll be leaving in probably about 5-10 minutes. But yeah, this is the after show. So yeah, I'm just still on here rambling now. The show itself is over. Diane, goodbye. Have a wonderful evening. How does it feel being back in Lincoln's chat? It's funny, again, because he be trying to make me the bad guy. When he talking about, so like y'all remember that day that I was talking, was it last week? When I was talking about, I think it might have been last Friday or something. Either way, when I was talking about, I talked to Dan and, I'm just waiting and hopefully somebody do the right thing. And I don't want to be that guy who calls corporate, and I don't want to be the guy who, starts trouble and blah, 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 and, gets corporate to, maybe just take a look at what's going on the platform because they might not want to be represented that way and so on and so forth. Y'all remember me saying that. And then the next day, somebody did the right thing, which of course means hold on. Crystal says, I just looked on Prime and Godfather of Harlem is on there and it's available for me to watch. I do not have MGM Plus, but I do have BET Plus through Prime. Okay, you might want to check that out. Like, try to watch it because it might steer you to MGM Plus, even though it's up there and you don't have MGM Plus. Sometimes what they do is they put it up there and then you click on it to watch it and it transfers you to MGM Plus. And they might give you 1, 2, 3 episodes for free, but then after that you would have to sign up for MGM Plus. So that's that. But yeah, I had said that, and then the next day I was back, and I'm pretty sure either he was or somebody else was watching the show, and that's how I ended up being back. And so now he's trying to convince everybody that I'm a bad guy, and that, when somebody calling corporate that I'm drinking apple juice now and blah, blah, blah. And, that's what all of that nonsense is about. That's what all of that is about. I don't have to call corporate because they did the right thing. I didn't want to call corporate. I just wanted them to do the right thing. And they did the right thing. So I'm done with it. If I would have said something abusive to somebody, or, like the person who was on there the other day saying all of those horrible things about people, just, going bonkers in the chat. I don't remember what their name was. They said my mama was a streetwalker. If they would have been on there, if I'd have been doing all of that, I get it. Block me. But to block me for what I said, no, that was somebody power gone to somebody's head. And, it was crazy. It was crazy. But yeah, that's what all of that is about. Remember, he put in there, y'all watch what y'all say because somebody trying to get us taken down. Ain't nobody trying to get nobody taken down. But, if I feel like, if he can make me, if he can make me seem like the bad guy, then, he'll have accomplished something. Jericho say, oh, he can't take shots anymore. He can take shots. In all reality, he shouldn't. Because I know the company does not, probably, they don't want to be represented like, oh, we got people on here drinking alcohol. Just in general, radio companies and corporations don't like to be represented that way. And kind of hint saying that it's apple juice, which I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, from the perspective of, like, I took a logical reasoning class. I would imagine he took an illogical reasoning class because all of his reasoning is super duper illogical. And so I would imagine they taught in an illogical reasoning class. I would imagine they've taught, like, you can say goofy stuff and people will fall for it. But truth of the matter is, there's a really good chance corporate wouldn't like even the idea of you pretending to take shots on the air. Like, that would still not. So even if it were apple juice, a corporation would be like, yeah, but it looks like you're drinking. I don't care if it's tea in the glass or apple juice in the glass or whatever in the glass. We don't like that. But I don't care. I don't care. They did the right thing. They did the right thing. Janice says, but it was after the show was over. On whose platform? Come on, Janice, don't be illogical. On whose platform? On the Buzz platform. The Buzz host is live taking shots. You really think Radio 1 would be like, yes, that's great? No, Radio 1 would be like, come on, we can't condone that. You can't do that. And he knows it, which is why the threat of going to corporate may have pushed someone into doing the right thing, because it was the right thing to do. Now, again, I got no desire to go to corporate. I didn't have a desire to go to corporate even in the beginning. I don't care about that man drinking. It don't hurt my feelings none. I just wanted people to do the right thing. I just wanted people to do the right thing. And they did the right thing. And I'm cool with that. Sierra says taking shots makes it sound way worse. That's my point. Like saying, oh, this is apple juice. Like, for real, you really think that that's going to fool the corporate lawyers? If somebody did want to tell, you really think saying, it's apple juice. Oh, this apple juice is so good. Would fool the corporate lawyer? Like, you think you fooling me? You're not fooling me. If you're not fooling me or anybody else, how do you think that's fooling the corporate lawyers? If they want you to stop, they'll make you stop. But if you just leave people alone, by people I mean me. If you just really, you don't even gotta leave me alone. I don't care. I get comedic joy from the different things that you're saying to me. I don't care. I just wanted you to do the right thing. Brenda Burt says, what was the right thing? Unblocking me. Unblocking me. That was the right thing. Because I wasn't blocked because I did anything. I wasn't blocked because I did anything wrong. I was blocked because somebody had too much power and they wanted to exercise it over somebody that they don't like. And again, we're talking about a corporation. We're talking about a corporation. They won't even give out free tickets. They have to have different rules and stuff in place when they give away tickets. Like this is a corporation. They got to be careful on everything that they do. So yeah, I mean, I know a lot of things happen there that really, realistically is, over the line. But again, I don't care. Just don't punish me. Don't punish me, because what I'm saying, you might have a little bit of power. Emanuel, are you Fernando? I am not Fernando. Fernando cracks me up. Fernando don't be saying nothing. I don't know who Fernando is. Fernando don't be saying nothing. Fernando ain't hurting nobody. Like, Fernando don't be cussing in Spanish. Fernando just be kind of saying gibberish in Spanish. I don't understand why that bothers people. Why do it bother people that Fernando say gibberish in Spanish? Just ignore it. Fame says, I was unblocked as well. You ain't special. The same power was tested in, I think you're trying to say Big Bird. Okay. But you had let it go for months. What did you see that made you become a Karen? I'm telling you what I saw, or I told y'all what I saw. Jack, I think it was Jerica and Jack. Well, Jerica, Jack, and another person. See, I'm trying to be nice and not say the other person's name. Jerica, Jack, and another person. Jerica, I believe, had asked, who was the singer that did the song with her father, with her dead father who had passed away? And Jack answered, Natalie Cole. And then another person was like, she didn't ask you. I don't know why I'm ascribing that voice to the other person, but in my mind, that's the voice. She didn't ask you. And then Jack was like, I just answered a question. And then the other person was like, you better watch yourself before you get blocked. And I was like, that's too much power for anybody to have. I was like that the cop on Malcolm X, when he did the thing. And they all laughed. And the cop was like, that's too much power for one person to have. That's the feeling I had. Like, that is too much power for one person to have. Because somebody answered a question before you got to answer the question. They're threatened with being blocked. I said, oh no, I can't. It ain't about me. It's about power run amok. I didn't mean to do thumbs up. It ain't about me. It's about power run amok. Because again, before that, I was cool. Like, okay, I'm blocked. Mrs. Livingston had said, just let it go. I had just let it go. I still could watch it because, fake accounts. So I could still watch and see all of the people comments, even the people who got me blocked. I could still watch it. So I was cool. Like, okay, whatever. But then I saw that exchange and I was like, no, that's too much power. It's too much power. I can't just sit back and let that go. And so I had to make a call. And again, because like I'm going to probably stop commenting soon. Like I didn't do much commenting today because I was just way too busy. Black Lion talking about say their name. I don't have to say their name. Y'all all, anybody who was on that page know who was blocking people. Y'all all know who was blocking people from the page. And it wasn't Raven Monday. Because she was gone. Y'all all know who was blocking people on that page. Everybody know. And if she didn't like you, or if she didn't like something you said, she'll block you. Or threaten to block you. And everybody know who it was. I don't have to say the name. Y'all know. And I didn't like it, for real. That's it. That was the trigger. That was the spark. E-Man, your fake account came up in my Facebook people you know, and I almost requested you. I got I think 6 or 7 fake accounts. 6 or 7. And I didn't use the same one every day. So I would just log into one of the fake accounts and just watch. Because why not? I don't necessarily have nothing to say. I like talk radio, and I still think the Lincoln Ware Show is one of the best shows on radio. Myosha says, you sound pretty petty, Emanuel. Myosha, you wouldn't say that if you were on the Lincoln Ware Show in the chat and you saw a question that you knew the answer to, like, what's the best and most expensive restaurant in Cincinnati? And you answered it. And then somebody threatened to block you because they wanted to answer it before you answered it. You would be like, that's terrible. Why would you threaten to block me because of that? Why you tell your brother to stop calling the show? I clearly did not tell my brother to stop calling. Well, I say clearly, but y'all don't know. I did not tell my brother to stop calling the show. And, if he ever want to call, then he may be able to call or he may not. Because apparently he's done with the whole family. Whatever that means. He's done with the whole family. But, again, for real, there's no reason for me to call the general manager. And there's no reason for me to call corporate anymore. There's no reason for me to do any of that. I'm unblocked. Now, if I go on there and start going off and calling, insulting people, cussing, and disrupting the whole flow, then block me. You'll have a legitimate reason to block me. And then block me. And that'll be that. I won't even call in and complain like they blocked me. I just be like, I kind of brought that on myself. But I don't do that. I don't do that. Am I Tim Heidel? I am not Tim Heidel. I am not Tim Heidel. Are you jealous of Lincoln Ware? No. What is there to be jealous of? And I don't say that in a, way to like defame him or anything. But what is there to be jealous of? Look, if I wanted to still be on the bus, I would have just took that shot and I would still be on the bus. I would have more time than he has. He would still be making a whole lot more money than me. But I would have the more prominent show on the radio station, just like I had when I was there. He has 2 hours, I had 3 hours. I was the assistant program director, which just meant I'm the program director. I got all the responsibilities, but I don't get paid for them. So that's nothing to be, oh, I want more responsibilities and less money. Like, nobody says that. There's nothing to be jealous of. I hope that man is happy for, the rest of his life. He'll probably outlive me. Lincoln will be one of them dudes that's alive at 105 years old. Just I don't know how to express it, but I don't have any beef with Lincoln. I don't have nothing, no jealousy, no animosity. Well, maybe a little bit of animosity. Again, I did analyze myself. And I was asking myself, I was washing dishes. We don't have a dishwasher. These end up being the dishwasher, when Mrs. Livingston cooks something that I specifically request her to cook. That's kind of our understanding. Like, I cook it, but you got to wash the dishes. And I was washing the dishes one day, and I was just thinking about it. Like, why do I pick with that man like I do? Now, And I thought about it. And here's the conclusion that I came to. And this is the real conclusion. He really treated me bad when I was there. He did. He really treated me bad. And I laughed a lot of the bad treatment off and, shrugged a lot of the bad treatment off and all of that kind of stuff. But I think deep down inside, I was kind of holding on to that because he treated me bad I know why, but it wasn't necessary. And so kind of my way of getting back at him was to annoy him and kind of make a joke out of it and all of that kind of stuff. But when he gathered all of those, when he assembled a group of people to attempt to get me fired, I think it really bothered me. Because I look at things a little different. Maybe a little different than most people. If I'm taking care of a family, raising kids, all that kind of stuff, and you trying to get me fired, you want to see my kids homeless and hungry and, none of that kind of stuff. That's what you're attempting to do. And I really think that was kind of the tipping point, and that's what created some of the feelings that I think, some of the resentment, I guess I would say, that I have towards him, just because I know me. Now, I'm sure, this is just my perspective, because different people in the same situation have different perspectives, right? And in my perspective, he treated me bad. He tried to get me fired for no reason. When I say for no reason, he tried to get me fired because he had been convinced that I was trying to take his job. But I never wanted his job. And it was hard for him to believe that I didn't want his job. And so there was a lot of, I don't know what you want to call it, it was a lot of stuff that he did. And I resent that. I resent that. And I kind of addressed it, but I didn't really address it the way I wanted to address it, because I kind of did need to keep my job. You know what I'm saying? I did have kids to raise and, bills to pay. So I did want to keep my job. But that's not the way that I would have preferred to address it. So I feel like I just kind of bottled it up, and it just sits there as a resentment, which is why to some degree I can say, like, you know what, I wish the best for him, because I really do. And I can say, he's got the best show on radio, because I think he does. But there's still a part of me that resents that he did that. And then that he tried to pretend like he didn't do it. Like it'd be one thing if you say, you know what? I did that. I was wrong. I apologize. I could probably just let it go. Like, he apologized. Or even, look, I did it. I don't regret it. It is what it is. It's what I felt at the time. And either we gonna move forward or we ain't. Okay. But when you like, I never did that. When you told me, you admitted it to me that you did it. In a meeting with multiple people in there, you acknowledge that you did it. But then you come out publicly and you say, I never did that. He lied. You tried to make my kids homeless and hungry. And then you say I lied about it. So I resent that. I don't know. I'm weird in that I feel a certain, how do you put it? I have a certain kind of moral standard or whatever. I have a certain kind of, like, there's a certain something that I won't do. Like that, I have a limit. I have a standard for myself. And I don't know why, but I be expecting other people to some degree, do the same thing. So if I do you wrong, and I mean, for real, if I do you wrong and you let me know I did you wrong, me and you, I'm apologize to you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to show me that I did you wrong if I don't already know. I'm apologize. And it's probably never going to be public. Because I'm apologizing. You're going to know I meant it. Because I hold myself to a standard and I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. No ifs, no ands, no buts. But you made me none of that. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. You may never forgive me for whatever it is that I did, but I'll never be like, I didn't do it. And then if you tell other people that I did it, you know what I'm going to do? Because I try to be honorable. I'm going to be like, you know what? I did it. I was wrong when I did that. I can't go back and undo it. But I was wrong that I did it. That's who I am. And I don't know. I kind of expect other people to be that way. But, you know, like I said, but for something like that, again, I didn't handle it. I guess really that's what it is. If I would have handled it the way I wanted to handle it, because I had a plan on how to handle it. And I let people talk me out of it. And that's more, so I guess more I resent me. But I hold that resentment because doing what I was going to do, I'd have been like, okay, you did me wrong. I did you wrong. We even. But when I don't get to do you wrong, now I hold that. I'm just crazy that way. I hold that. Like, now, if you apologize, I don't have to do you wrong. If you acknowledge it and you're sorry, I don't have to do you wrong. But if I had a plan, he was going to regret it. Like, he was going to regret it. And I let people talk me out of it. I let Jerry talk me out of it. I let some of my co-workers talk me out of it. I let a lot of people talk me. It took a lot of talking, but I let people talk me out of it. And I guess I'm glad, when I think back on it, I'm glad I didn't do it. Okay? I'm glad I didn't do it. Because I still like his show. He wouldn't have a show. I had a whole plan. He was not going to have a show. it was going to be all bad. But people talked me out of it. And I let it go. And that's the part, Mary, that eats me up, that I let it go. That's the part that eats me up. But other than that, I still don't like sit back and think, ooh, I hope something bad happened to her. Ooh, I hope they fire him. Ooh, I hope he loses money. Ooh, I hope this and I hope that. I don't do any of that. I really don't. I watch his show. I laugh. I still laugh at some of the inside jokes, when he say or do certain stuff that's just funny. I still laugh at that stuff because it's fun. Funny is funny. Funny is funny. It just is. I still wish the best for him. I guess I wish I wouldn't have. I'm glad though that they did talk me out of it. I just wish he would be like, I did it and I was wrong. And then I could let everything like completely go. But I know that his arrogance would never allow him to do that. I would not do that, Olivia. But yeah, no, I don't have, and it's weird to say, oh, you ain't got no beef with him, but you talking about you have resentment. And it's different, at least in my mind, having beef with somebody and having a slight amount of resentment for something is different. Like, to me, beef is, I want to fight that in. You know what I'm saying? And I don't. I don't. Ladies, maybe I can if what I'm saying make any sense. If dude cheating, he admitted to you that he cheated on you. And then y'all get into an argument one night and he tell you, I ain't never cheated on you. You know how you felt when you found out he was cheating on you, and then he admitted it and he cried and said he wasn't gonna never do it again. And then one day he just gonna deny that he did it. You like, you mother, how you gonna say that you didn't? You admitted that you did. I saw you with her. You know what I'm saying? Andrew says, when you were producing his show, I used to think you tried to make him look bad on his show on purpose with stuff you would say. But since you started your show and I listened to you, I see that you aren't that bad. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, I will say there were certain things on his show that I wouldn't do, which people, it's one of the things where you have to be in it to understand it. Like, I'm not your gopher. I'm not your little, you know what I'm saying? You got responsibilities. My job is my job. Your job is your job. Do your job. Stop asking me to do your job. You do your job. Do this. That's not my job. That's your job. I'm not just sitting here producing your show. I got other responsibilities going on around me. I'm responsible for this station. I got to make sure that the commercials are in. I got to make sure that certain things run on time. Yeah, I keep asking y'all and asking people, do y'all know why they run PSAs? You know why they run PSAs? They run PSAs because of me. They run PSAs because it ain't difficult to explain, but you have a clock. So you have 5 minutes and 45 seconds of commercial time in this clock. But you got 3 minutes and 15 seconds of actual commercials. Some got to go in there and fill it up to make it 5 minutes and whatever I said. And then guess what? Because we replay these, what happens in commercial break number 1 has to match what happens in commercial break number 1 at night. Otherwise, the times end up off, and this is short and this is long, and the times just, they don't end up matching up. It didn't matter that much when we wasn't rerunning shows. But once we started rerunning shows, they gotta be the same. So that's why we started running PSAs. Because PSAs, you can put them in there, and if I need a minute and 15 seconds or a minute 30 seconds to fill that up, boom, I got a minute and 30 seconds of PSAs, fill that up. And also, what happens when, because some of these shows are syndicated. See, it ain't all that important on the live shows. Lincoln Ware is live. Lincoln Ware don't technically have to go to commercial at, supposed to be 27, but at the 30 break. He technically don't have to take a commercial break. And if there's no commercials there, why take a commercial break? But again, once you go to rerunning those shows, if you do a 45-second commercial break at the 30, which again is supposed to be 27, but if you do a 45-second commercial break at the 30, when you replay it, you need to do a 45-second commercial break. What if you ain't got no commercials to run? Like when Sharpton runs, Sharpton is a syndicated show. So Sharpton has, and I'm just making these numbers up, 12 minutes in his first segment, 4 minutes of commercials, 10 minutes in his second segment, 6 minutes of commercials, 8 minutes in the, you know what I'm saying, however it's structured. Well, if you ain't got no commercials sold, what, you just gonna have 6 minutes of empty time with that little we're on commercial music playing? No. Throw some PSAs in there. Fill it up. So I put in the PSAs and set up the computer so that all commercial breaks are filled. That's why they run PSAs. And it's crazy to me that nobody there knows why they run PSAs. But that's why they run PSAs. But that's the kind of stuff that I was doing and figuring out. Because guess what? If Lincoln go to commercial and Lincoln, oh, take some of them PSAs out. Okay, I'm going to pull out 3 minutes of PSAs. Guess what? I got to go to tonight and pull out 3 minutes of PSAs. Emanuel, that ain't that big of a deal. It is when that's not the only thing you got to do. You know what I'm saying? People calling you during the show and you got to basically have meetings over the phone while you producing the show. And then he asking you to find a clip that he didn't find. You know, my man Terrence be finding clips. Good for Terrence. But in the middle of the show, you just remembered something that you saw on Channel 5. And now you like, oh, I saw this thing on Channel 5. Emanuel, find that thing I saw on Channel 5. You have no idea everything that's going on back here, and now you want me to go and find something on Channel 5 that you ain't even really telling me what it is? Not to mention, theoretically, we should have permission from Channel 5 to run the stuff from Channel 5. So now I just got to go run and find something from Channel 5 while I'm on a meeting here and trying to make sure you go to commercial on time and get back on time and then play a bumper music song that you ain't going to like. And then try to get you to go to commercial at the right time. And then you asking me, what's that guy's name? I don't know his name. I got too much stuff going on right here. See, you're trying to make me look bad. I'm not trying to make you look bad. I'm trying to do my job. I got a lot of responsibilities. Man, you could have told him that guy's name. I didn't know the name. I had other stuff to do. Just like I'd be like, oh, what's that guy's name? Just like you can't remember, I can't remember some stuff. You trying to make Lincoln look bad. I'm not trying to make nobody look bad. It just be Black Lion.
How the hell do you know it's me?
I'm the king of talk, man.
That don't. All right. I'm gonna move on from that. I'm gonna move on from that. That ain't got nothing to do with talking. Look, could you do me a favor?
What's that?
Jerica never heard of the Black Jesus saga. Could you go over that before you get off? But hold on. You have to start with the promo. If you got a problem with me, I get off at 3. You can meet me. You gotta start there, and you gotta say the personation. That's all I wanted.
Black Lion, I appreciate your call. I'm pretty sure Jerica's heard the Black Jesus thing. I think she's trolling you when she says she ain't never heard of the Black Jesus saga. But hold on, let me finish. But what I'm saying there, and this was to the person who said, I used to always think he was trying to make him look bad. And a lot of people did. But it's one of them things where if you don't know all of the stuff going on behind the scenes, I can equate it to this. You go to a restaurant, you put in your order, the waitress takes the order and she puts it in, and then they tell her the food is ready and she brings it to you, and you taste the food and the food is nasty, and you fussing at the waitress. It wasn't the waitress' responsibility to cook the food. She did her job. The cooks didn't do their job. The lemonade is nasty. The waitress didn't make the lemonade. The hostess didn't seat you fast enough, so you're taking it out. The waitress ain't the hostess. That waitress was terrible. My food was burnt. The waitress wasn't terrible. The waitress got you your food right away. And when you said it was burnt and you cussed her out, she took it back and she told them to make it again, and it was burnt. And then they undercooked it and she brought it back. See, that bitch just had it. No, it ain't the waitress. The waitress ain't doing none of this. The waitress is doing her job. But if you don't know, if you think, oh, the waitress is going back there, she cooked the food, and she did that, Okay, nobody actually thinks that. But the point that I'm making is you have to, if you don't know what everybody's responsibility is, just because the face of the thing, in this case, the face of the radio station, is making it seem like the producer ain't doing what they supposed to do. Many times, it's the face that ain't doing what they supposed to do. But they won't take responsibility for it. They gonna blame somebody else. And then everybody just gonna believe them because they're the face. And then if they get on and defend themselves, oh, now you're just trying to make him look bad. When it's the opposite. He was trying to make you look bad. You were defending yourself. And because people don't understand what the roles are, what the job descriptions are, it's easy to be like, oh, that producer was terrible. Oh, that producer was horrible. Oh, that producer didn't know what they was doing. Oh, that producer this. No. Now, Terrence, on the other hand, Terrence loves working with Lincoln. Terrence is, I'm not saying this to put Terrence down, because I'm actually doing just the opposite. Terrence would do all of Lincoln's job and be happy to do it and not hold Lincoln responsible at all and be proud. Like, yeah, we put on a good show. But that don't mean that that's Lincoln's job. I mean, Terrence's job. Terrence is just doing it because he liked doing it. And I'm telling you, if Terrence, well, maybe not Terrence, but it's possible that if Terrence did it for 10 years, one day Terrence gonna be like, I'm tired. Can you do your job for a little bit? I get clips every day. And when he start criticizing the clips, like, wait a minute, you didn't do anything. It's like, how you criticizing my doing of your work? Okay, it's been 10 years, so shoot, maybe you can pick up your slack. You trying to make me look bad. No. All I'm saying is you should do your own job. So, that's that. That's that. All of that was the answer to when you used to do the show. I used to think you tried to make him look bad, but now, you know, a lot of people thought that. A lot of people thought that. And I think he and Terrence, they literally do get along. And they get along because they have, to some degree, common interests and a very similar sense of humor. And, I mean, that works. That makes them get along. Not to mention, how do I say this? And then I might do the Black Jesus story, Jerica. I don't believe Terrence wants to be a talk show host, which I didn't either. But he didn't believe that, but I believe he knows that Terrence doesn't. And I don't think that when he listens to Terrence do his show, he feels any sort of pressure. Like, ooh, Terrence could take my job from me. So he's very comfortable. Like, now I think Terrence could take his job. I don't think Terrence wants to take his job, but I think Terrence could. But I don't think that he perceives it that way. And so when you don't perceive the person as a threat, you're very comfortable around them. And for whatever reason, he perceived me as a threat. And I never was. Because I never wanted to take his job. And for people who say, oh yeah, he perceived you as a threat. Right. Right. I wish I would have kept it because I had a clip of him live on air one day. And I remember what set it off. I played Oops Upside Your Head as his intro music. And for whatever reason, he did not want to hear Oops Upside Your Head as his intro music. He had never shared that with me. I had no idea that that was a sore spot with him or anything like that. I did not know. I played Oops Upside Your Head. And then when I opened up the mic, he said, I can almost remember it verbatim. Yeah, okay, Emanuel. The Gap Band, Oops Upside Your Head. Right, Oops Upside Your Head. Now, every day you playing something like Oops Upside Your Head. I know you want my job. I know you want it, but you're not gonna get it. I know you want to do this show, but you're not gonna get this show, so you can play all of the BGs that you want. You can play all of the Oops Upside Your Head that you want, but you ain't never taking my job. As much as you want to, you ain't never taking my job. And I was just sitting there stunned. And Terrence was standing behind me. I don't think Chad was. But Terrence was standing behind me cracking up. Like, because we used to laugh because he always thought I was trying to do something to him. And Terrence was back there laughing. The laughing part was really my fault because I did, of course, do things to irritate him from time to time. But that wasn't one of them. And so Terrence was laughing like, oh man, he is going off. And I'm like, he is going off on air. Like this wasn't something that happened behind the scenes. I had a clip of it on air. If you miss a dead buzz, you miss a lot. Doom, oops, upside your head. Say oops, upside your head. Doom, and then Lincoln. Nah, okay, oops, upside your head. I know you want my job. I know you want it. And I'm like, oh my God. And I kept that clip. It was one of the things I was going to play in my plan when he tried to get me fired. I had a whole plan. Hostile work environment. The whole nine. I had stuff. I had evidence, as my friend Wyatt would say. I had receipts. And that was one of the, that's how I can almost remember it verbatim. Because I listened to it a lot. Because I was like, boom, boom, boom. I got all of these different clips of him berating me on air. Or, doing things like that on air. I had different people set up to say, I've seen him do this. I've seen him do that. I've seen him do this. I had a whole plan. I'm telling you, I had a whole plan. So yeah, I remember that. So yeah, he felt like I was a threat, but I was never a threat. I never wanted to be an on-air personality. All right, Black Jesus. I don't know where you start. There was a situation where I don't remember who that guy was, who he had said something. The guy thought that Lincoln said something, and Lincoln, went off on him about something, and Lincoln's like, you coming at me wrong. You coming at me wrong. I remember him saying that. And, him and the dude was kind of going back and forth. And then Lincoln had said to him something along the lines of, I said what I said. If you don't like it, I get off at 1 o'clock. You can meet me at 1 o'clock or whatever, to fight. And I'm like, bro, that's not appropriate, But I don't know what that had to do with Black Jesus. Black Jesus apparently had some sort of a mental issue. And I don't know whatever the backstory behind it is, but I came in one day to work and I had to tell the story from my perspective and then tell the rest of the story, so to speak. I come in to work one day, just random day, me pulling in, we had our own little parking lot. And there are newspapers all over the place, like somebody robbed the newspaper man and tore up all the papers. There's newspapers just all over the place. I don't think nothing of it, but it's a mess out here. I go into the building and Lincoln is shaking. He's sitting down. I remember he had on, I think it was a blue pair of slacks, but it might have been black. I'm giving too much detail. And there was like a little hole in the knee. I remember the hole in the knee. And people were around him like tending to him. I don't know what happened because I just walked in. I go on in the office and no, it was 1 o'clock. Yeah, it was on Seymour. It wasn't 3 o'clock. It was 1 o'clock. He was doing 10 to 1. He's never done an afternoon shift at the Buzz. It was 1 o'clock. So I go in. Yeah, this is when the Buzz was in Roseline, and all over that little gas station was newspapers. I go in and he's sitting down, he's shaking, and they're tending to him. And we had a meeting that day, so like everybody was there, and I ain't thinking much of it. And, what happened? And I'm like, oh, Lincoln got into a fight. And in my mind, Lincoln is 50-some years old. What he doing getting into a fight? And, but whatever, we had a meeting. And then the story comes out that Lincoln got jumped by Black Jesus. I don't know who Black Jesus is. I asked Lincoln. Well, Lincoln tells the story. And Lincoln claims, he don't know Black Jesus, and he was, he had gone to the gas station store to get his coffee. Black Jesus walks up to Lincoln, and this is Lincoln's version of the story. Black Jesus walks up to Lincoln and says, "You're going to deal with Black Jesus today." That's my impression of Lincoln doing his impression of Black Jesus. I never talked to Black Jesus, so I don't know what he actually sounds like. "You're going to deal with Black Jesus today." And Lincoln says, he didn't know who the guy was, and the guy gets up in his face, and he's, what do you call that? Fingering him in the chest? I don't like the term fingering. He's poking him in the chest. That's what they call it. So he's poking Lincoln in the chest, and Lincoln realizes, I'm going to have to, take this dude down. Lincoln says he just got a cup of hot coffee, so he takes the hot coffee and he throws it in the dude's face. And according to Lincoln, he picks him up and he body slams him, and he's holding him down, and then somebody called the police, and the police came and they took Black Jesus, and then he went into the station. That was the story as it was told to me by Lincoln. I later find out that's not the whole story. I don't know exactly what happened beforehand, but I believe the Black Jesus came up, said, "You're going to deal with Black Jesus today," poked him in the... I don't remember that. I don't think that promo was Black Jesus. That was somebody else, I think, Black Lion. I think that was somebody else. But so then he pokes him in the chest. Lincoln throws the coffee in his face. Lincoln go to slam him. And then, as the story later developed, Jimmy the Vet saw Lincoln wrestling with Black Jesus and came over and held his legs down until the police arrived. Then, later variation of the story, same thing, Black Jesus, "You're going to deal with Black Jesus today," coffee to the face. Lincoln goes to slamming. In the process of slamming him, Lincoln hits his elbow on the concrete, and something happens to Lincoln's elbow, and then Jimmy sees it, and Jimmy comes over, and Jimmy says, "Are you okay?" And Lincoln says, "Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just holding this guy down because he tried to fight me." And then Jimmy says, "You want me to help you hold him?" And Lincoln says, "Yes, I would love for you to help me hold him." And so they hold the guy until the police come. In a later version of the story told by Jimmy the Vet, same finger poke, "You're going to deal with Black Jesus today," coffee. According to Jimmy's story, and I did not see it. According to Jimmy's story, Lincoln was screaming, "Help, help, help." Jimmy saw him, and Black Jesus was on top, and Jimmy said, "You Lincoln Ware from the radio." And Lincoln said, all of this wild fight is going on, and Lincoln said, "Help me, help get this guy off of me." And they hold him and flip him over, and then they hold him down until the police come. Now, I can't necessarily say which version of that fight is the real version. All I know for sure is they jumped Black Jesus, and Lincoln had to have surgery. Lincoln had to have surgery on his arm. But that's all I know. That's all I know for sure. But Jimmy the Bat swears, and Lincoln did kind of back up some of that. Lincoln eventually did admit that he called Jimmy the Vet over, that he called Jimmy the Vet over. He did admit that they held Black Jesus down. Now, when I was trying to figure out, you called him over, in what way did you call him over? If you're engaged in a fight, I find it difficult to believe that you're going to be like, "Excuse me, sir, I need some assistance. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I don't find it completely out of the realm of possibility that Lincoln was like, help, help. And I don't make you like no punk or nothing like that. You just got caught off guard in your slacks and your hard bottom shoes and you out there fighting. I find it difficult to believe that they were having aren't you the Lincoln Ware from the radio? I do believe that Jimmy the Vet would say that in that situation, kind of knowing Jimmy the Vet the way that I know Jimmy the Vet. But in my mind, I can hear Lincoln screaming, help, 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 even if he's on top. So I'm going to give Lincoln is on top, okay? And Lincoln is screaming, help, 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 because Lincoln swears, I knew that I had to keep him down because if he would have got up, he never finished that sentence. So in my mind, if he would have got up, he'd beat that ass. But Lincoln, if he'd have got up, but yeah, I can see Lincoln's help, help, help. And then Jimmy calling, you the Lincoln Ware from the radio. And Lincoln like, just grab his legs, just grab his legs, you know, because he don't want him to get up. And then they hold him until the police come. So that's the version I believe. You gonna deal with Black Jesus today. Coffee, grab him, tussle, fall to the ground. Lincoln's on top. And Lincoln screaming, help, help, help. And Jimmy come over. Ain't you the Lincoln from the radio? Just help me. Just grab his legs. Just grab his legs. And they grab his legs and they hold him down. Black Jesus was arrested, went to court. I don't remember all of the details of what happened in court. I know Lincoln had to have surgery on his elbow and he was all scraped up. Yes, this is when the radio station was on Summit. So I know his leg was all scraped up and his elbow was all messed up and he had to have surgery. And that's why I always tease him. You and Jimmy jumped Black Jesus. Black Jesus didn't have any injuries. The only person who had to have surgery after this fight was you. It was 2-on-1. You were screaming help and you had to have surgery. That sounds like you lost the fight to me, but I could be wrong. You wasn't even in it to have a fight. Yes, it went to court. He was charged with something. I don't remember. Black Jesus, my understanding, is no longer with us. He passed away. Black Jesus passed away. So that's the Black Jesus story. Lincoln may or may not have been screaming help. But here's the part that's not currently in dispute. Black Jesus came up out of nowhere, challenged Lincoln. Lincoln threw hot coffee in his face. And somehow they ended up on the ground. Jimmy the Vet came over, and Lincoln and Jimmy the Vet held Black Jesus down until the authorities arrived. All the other stuff, I'm not 100% sure. Again, I've heard different stories. Jay West says she saw part of the story. She thought Lincoln was having some sort of a medical emergency and that Black Jesus was helping Lincoln. It sounds like Lincoln was on the bottom. You don't normally see somebody having a medical emergency and jump on them, grab them, and then lay down under them. You know what I'm saying? That's not typically the way that happens. And so if somebody sees something and they like, oh, it looks like Lincoln is having a medical emergency and some guy's helping him out, that's usually the person on the bottom. But again, I wasn't there. He might have been on top. You know, Jade was, what was we, on the 4th floor? I think we were on the 4th floor. So Jade's on the 4th floor looking down across the street. So it's easy to her that, you know, she saw 2 people on the ground and she thought Lincoln was having some sort of medical emergency and somebody was helping out. But again, that description makes me believe he might have been on the bottom. But I'm not saying that he was on the bottom. I don't know who was on the bottom. And I'm not saying that he was screaming, help, help, help. It sounds reasonable that he would be screaming, help, 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 in order to get Jimmy the Vet's attention. But he might not. Jimmy might just have been nosy and came over, to watch a fight. So I don't know. I don't know. He says he won the fight. I accept that he believes he won the fight. So that's the whole story. That's the whole story. I'm not exaggerating any part of the story because, again, I wasn't there. I just told the versions of the story that I've heard. CK?
Man, Livingston, you still on the air?
No.
Oh, thank God. I thought I said you on lock calls. You quicker than quick. I said, this man been on there for 4 hours. You doing a full live stream today.
Yeah, no, I'm not on there.
What's going on, Livingston? Why did you stay on overtime today? What happened, man? Talk to me. The rain?
No, I'm just talking to the people, man. I'm just talking to the people.
Man, you know, listen, sir, I had to call you back, man. Because I said, damn, he's still on there. Because I remember talking to you, like, earlier in the day. I was like, oh, remember, I almost made it to the sobriety day.
I remember, but you did call in, so I got him run. But I appreciate you calling back.
Hey, my bad, man.
It's all good. All right. Yeah, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. How do y'all get me caught up in this stuff? See, now he going to be mad at me again. Because if he ain't watching, somebody going to run and tell him, like, your little hater friend was over there saying that you got beat up by Black Jesus. And then tomorrow, he gonna be really mad at me. Like, if I comment on his show, he gonna be mad, looking for stuff and telling people, y'all know I can't drink no more. It's apple juice because somebody trying to get us taken on the air. And I'm gonna be like, I didn't do nothing. He gonna be mad at me tomorrow. Somebody gonna tell him. Your little hater friend was over here talking about you. He jealous. That's all he got is me to talk about. That's it. He don't talk about nothing else but me. I don't even bring him up. But he talking about me all the time. Be like, oh. Somebody asked. Somebody asked the question. I just answered the question. Hello.
Hey, this is Emanuel.
This is.
Hey, Emanuel, how you doing?
I'm good.
This is T. Mikey G.
Oh, what's up, T. Mikey G? Zoe!
Heard CK call me out, huh?
Yes, he did.
Wow. Okay.
But you are not Zoe. You don't sound like
not
Zoe.
Zoe Wesson.
Yeah, I don't hear a lisp.
No.
Well, you definitely
Nope.
don't sound like Zoe.
100% wrong.
All right.
All right. Talk
That's
to you
it?
later. That's it.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
I appreciate you. T. Mikey G says he is not Zoe. He is not Zoe. He didn't sound like Zoe. So, Ron, you might have been wrong on that one. You might have been wrong on that one. Zoe, he got that slight lisp, which doesn't mean anything. Just because you have a lisp does not mean you're, it don't. me see. Is that it? I think that's it, y'all. I don't really have anything. I did want to talk a little bit about this Terrence Howard rejecting this role for not wanting to kiss a man, but I gotta run. I gotta run. Maybe I'll talk about it. Tanika says I love Zoe. I don't really have much beef with Zoe either. I hate that term. I don't really have no problem with Zoe either. For whatever reason, Zoe start not liking me. I think when Lincoln start not liking me, Zoe decided he had to not like me. So it was really weird. It was a weird transition for me. I didn't even know that he didn't like me. Like, I thought a lot of the stuff he was saying was jokes. So I'm responding to him as if he's joking with me, you know? And I'm, again, if you don't know anything about me, I can take a joke. So all that time, I thought he was joking with me, and I forget what happened. And then one day, he went off the rails, and he just started talking crazy. And I'm like, hold on. Like, for real, we going at it like you just, wow, just out of nowhere. I was shocked. So, yeah. I didn't know. So, yeah, you say, Tanika, you love Zoe. I didn't have no problem with Zoe. And then he blocked me. Because he said something about my wife. Like, that's the level it got to. He never met my wife. You know what I'm saying? And again, we didn't have no issues. And just out of nowhere, he said something. I don't even remember what it was, but he said something about my wife. And I'm like, wow. Out of nowhere. So I was like, okay, I guess we doing this. And so then I mentioned that an old man took his woman from me. I don't want to say his name because he ain't got nothing to do with this. But he know who I'm talking about. An old man scooped your woman. You talking about my wife. I got a wife. And you let an old man take your lady. You can't say nothing to me. And then next thing I know, first he tried to make an excuse. No, I had already broke up with her. No, you hadn't. You know what I'm saying? No, you hadn't. He scooped your woman. And then next thing I know, I was blocked. Even one of my fake profiles got blocked. And I didn't even say nothing. One day, him and Ross Freeman was going back and forth. And Ross was killing him. And Ross said something that was funny. And I clicked you can click the little laugh thing. And then next thing I know, my fake profile was blocked. I'm like, you get blocked if you laugh at somebody's joke about him? Like, that is some sensitive shit. Like, I didn't even, that was funny, Ross Freeman. I didn't do none of that. I just clicked the little laugh button, and then I didn't see no more. And I was like, what happened? And then I went to one of my other fake profiles, and I was like, no, he's still on there commenting. He done blocked me. So the real me is blocked. A fake me is blocked. So the other fake me's, they don't even laugh at the stuff that people say about him that be funny. Because we don't want to get blocked. We don't want to get blocked. Old man took his woman. Like a older guy. I mean, in his defense, the older guy was rich. So, I mean, a rich old dude take your woman. What can you do? Make some more money, maybe, try to get her back. Maybe. But apparently that was a sore subject with him, because that's what got me blocked. I'm like, I don't understand people who are like that. Like, it's okay for me to talk about you, but if you talk about me, now we got a problem. Like, no, if we going back and forth and you taking shots at me, you're so short that the whatever. And I'm like, you can't say nothing to me, bro. You got a lisp. You suspect. You know what I'm saying? Go take some speech classes and get rid of that lisp, and then we can talk. Well, that's why your wife is on. Well, that's why old man took your woman. That's all fair game to me. That is all fair game to me. What's that thing under your eye, bro? You know what I'm saying? It's all fair game to me. I don't really care about the thing under his eye. It's just there, so I imagine that it's something that he might be sensitive about. I don't know. You just, you know what I'm saying? You just throwing stuff at the wall. I don't know what's going to stick, but you throwing stuff at the wall. Apparently, he's sensitive about that thing under his eye. I didn't know. I never really gave much thought to it. I didn't know he was sensitive about his lisp. Gave much thought to it. And you learned all of them big words because your penis is so small. I didn't know he was sensitive about that. I don't actually know if his penis is small. I've never seen it. But I know that he's once talked about going to the library and, whatever, and learning all of these words. And you figure, you know what I'm saying? You turn what the person think is a strength into a weakness. So I don't know if it's real. I don't know if that would, you know what I'm saying? If you said that to me, I would just be like, hey, ain't nothing small. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be mad. But then you say that about the right person under the right circumstances, and then you get blocked. You know? You're so negative, because that was the other thing. He was, you just on here to promote your show. And I'm like, he don't say it like that. I don't know why I'm using that voice. I can't talk with a lisp. So that's the best I can do. And I'm like, I'm not on here to promote my show. I've never mentioned my show in this chat. No, you're just here to promote that you're a regional Emmy winner. Tell me that you ain't never mentioned that on the show. Who trying to promote their stuff more, me or you? The guy who's never mentioned his show, or the guy who you can't get to shut up about his 97 regional Emmys? Which is really probably only 5, But and then you say that, and now you mad. Like, why be mad? You know how many Emmys you got. Why would you be mad because I exaggerate the number of Emmys you got, or if I severely underestimate the number of Emmys you got? If you got 23, you know you got 23. Why would you be mad if I say you only got 5? Or why would you be mad if I say you got 97? Why does that make you mad? I don't understand. But if you want to start something, you can't get mad because your jokes don't get to me and mine get to you. You really shouldn't let mine get to you. You really shouldn't. But he did. I don't know where he get them Prince jeans. I've never seen Prince with jeans all the way up, past his belly button, zipped in a diagonal. You know what I'm saying? Zoe wearing them jeans. If I bring that up, don't be mad at me. You know what I'm saying? It's just jokes. If I wore jeans that came up to here and zipped up diagonally and somebody pointed it out, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad. Because apparently I saw them in the store one day and I thought, now them is fly. And I bought them and I put them on and I liked them. And then I went and I got, 13 different pairs. And so You know, every day I got on a different pair of real high diagonally zipping jeans. You ain't never, Carolyn, you ain't never seen Zoe's jeans. You ain't never seen his jeans. They be zipping up. Like, I don't know where you get those from. I don't know. But I'm, you know, again, if Zoe came up to me tomorrow and I saw him somewhere and he was like, hi, I would be like, what's up, Zoe? Dap him up. Everything would be gone. Because he ain't really do nothing to me. He took some shots at me. I took some shots back and he blocked me. That's it. That's it. It didn't go no further than that. And I can live with that. I can live with that. He do still be taking shots at me. I be seeing it. Again, I got fake profiles. I be seeing it when he takes shots. He love to take shots at me. He love to take shots at Nate. I see it. I don't always say stuff. But I be seeing it. He mean. You know what I'm saying? He says mean stuff to people. He says mean stuff to people for no reason. I see it. I don't say nothing. I just let him be mean. Like, say something positive about people sometimes. Key! Oh, hold on, it ain't going. Hold on, something wrong. I don't know what happened, Key. I don't know what happened. Something going on with the... That was not Twin. That was Key. Key.
Hey, what's going on, Emanuel? I hung up because I thought you was just gonna keep talking. What you doing? You doing your random roasting hour?
Me roasting? I never.
Yes. Hey, Pamela Kenny.
I'm actually about to get out of here.
Okay. I was
Legit.
just calling to say hey.
I gotta go, and you know, ain't it a
Yeah,
game
you
on
keep
tonight?
saying that, but you keep roasting people. You keep saying, okay, I gotta go, yeah. And then the such and such with the pants.
How did Zoe get brought up? Oh,
I don't
Mikey
even know
G.
who that is. Hey, Brent
T.
Beer.
Mikey G. Ron at one point said he thought that T. Mikey G was Zoe, and then T. Mikey G called in, and I was saying he doesn't sound like Zoe,
Hey,
and then
Carolyn.
somebody said they love Zoe, and so I was pointing out why
Hey, DeWanda. Hey, Tanika.
Zoe is
Hey, Martha.
has some issues with me. I don't really know why, but I know that he does.
Yeah, so and then you keep telling me I'm going, but you keep roasting the people.
I'm not roasting
And doing your
anybody.
Lincoln voice. Yes, you is. Hey, Nat Turner.
No, I would not.
Yes,
do
you
that.
is.
I would not.
Well,
do
okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I was just calling to say hey.
All right, how's everything going with you?
Everything going good. You be careful out there because it's storming and hailing
I'm not
and
going
stuff.
anywhere.
Hey, Jason.
I'm in.
Hey.
Well, I might be in. Hold on. No, yeah, I'm in for the night.
You don't know what you doing.
No, I'm in for
You
the
about
night.
to,
Look,
as soon as I hang
Mrs.
up, you about to get back to roasting. That's what you about
Mrs.
to do.
Livingston is out of town.
I know, that's why
So-
that's why I was gonna say, tell like Miss Livingston must be out of town because he on late night, like he ain't got nothing to do.
Yeah, she is out of town, and I don't always know what to do with myself when she out of town. And I'm sitting here, and I don't really,
DeAndre.
so I don't have any chores or anything like that. So yeah, I'm sitting here, but I am about to get out of here and eat something and watch the game. Hopefully there's a game on tonight. I'm pretty sure it should be a game. Like the Lakers hopefully should be losing to Minnesota tonight, hopefully. If that
Yeah, I
game
know
is on
sometimes the
tonight.
news will break in with what's going on with the weather when in the middle of TV shows and games. So hopefully they don't break in so you can enjoy yourself. Hey, Trill.
But yeah, I'm about to go get in the on the recliner, kick back,
And roast some more.
Watch
Okay,
the
I got it.
game in my drawers. That's boom. If Miss Livingston ain't here to be like,
Ginger snaps everywhere. I
Hey.
get it.
hey,
Hey, Benita.
it is what it is.
Uh-huh. Okay, then. You enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe.
All right.
All right, everybody. Enjoy y'all day. Be safe.
Right. That's Key. Key, have a wonderful evening. All right, y'all. I really do. I got to get out of here. 4 games. Indy playing Milwaukee right now. Okay. All right. All right, y'all. Is that it? All hearts and minds are clear. All hearts and minds are clear. And just for the record, I'm not mad at anybody. I have a little bit of resentment, but it's just a little bit. Other than that, I'm fine. I don't want any static, any problems. I was watching this show about hip hop beefs and stuff like that, and I was like, that's like people fighting and shooting each other and stuff over nothing. I'm not gonna be that guy. So I refuse to allow those people, to get me to that point. Everything is all fun and, whatever. Have I talked to Jerry Tolliver lately? No, I haven't talked to Jerry Tolliver since that day when she told me don't call her. I haven't called her. And I've seen her once or twice and forgot and spoke, and she didn't speak back. But no, I haven't. I'm not. As they say, it is what it is. She made a decision. She believes what she believes. I know what I know. And it's sad because, I thought she was I still do think she's a really great person. And I wish the very best for her. And, hopefully she's living her life good and happy and free and all of that stuff. But no, I haven't talked to her. I haven't. And I don't even think about it. Because I'm one of them people, if you don't want me, I don't want you. And that just is what it is. Jerica says, oh yeah, I forgot. She believed the lie. Yeah, she believed. She, if anything, she's the one who told the lie. But in her mind, the lie is true. The lie is that I knew, not even that I got her fired. She know I didn't have that power. But she believes that I knew that she was going to be fired and I did not tell her, which is just not true. I had no idea. Just not true. I had no idea. And had I known, I probably would have told her. Because that's how much I would go so far as to say I loved Jerry Tolliver. Like, I loved Jerry Tolliver. And Mariosha said that would make me sad. I mean, it did for a while. It did for a while. I was sad about it. Like, I can't believe that, all of those years just went up in smoke because she got fired and she believed something. But I'm not going to beg nobody to be nothing for or with me. And if you ask me, Emanuel, did you say so-and-so? If I said it, I'm going to say, yeah, I said it. If I did it, I'm going to say, yeah, I did it. Whatever the case may be. Did you know that? I'm going to say, yeah, I knew. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but they told me I couldn't tell you, and I feel so bad and whatever. But if I tell you I didn't know, I didn't know. If I tell you I didn't say it, I didn't say it. Like because I shared some information with somebody about something once that I didn't know I wasn't supposed to share, but I shared it. And then once I found out I wasn't supposed to share it, I called the person that I had shared it with and said, don't share that with nobody because I wasn't supposed to share it. Now, if that person somehow found out and said, remember when I told you this? Did you share that with anybody? You know what my answer would be? Yeah, but that was before I knew that I wasn't supposed to share it. And then once you told me I wasn't supposed to share it, I called the one person that I shared it with and I told them not to share it with nobody else. But I wouldn't lie and be like, no, I didn't tell nobody. I wouldn't lie about it. I'm not necessarily going to be the most forthcoming. Like, I'm not going to call that person and be like, I know you don't know, but remember when you shared that thing with me? I don't know why I would be making that face or that voice. Remember when you shared that thing with me? I told somebody and I didn't know. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But if they came and asked me, I wouldn't have any choice but to answer. Like, yeah, I shared. But I didn't know, because I legitimately didn't know I wasn't supposed to tell nobody. Like, if you, look, just as a heads up, if for whatever reason you got some information that's supposed to just be between me and you call me and you want to share that information, first thing you got to say is that this is just between me and you. Then it stays just between me and you. But if you just tell me, like if you just out of nowhere, if you just like, Emanuel, I got this great news. And I'm like, okay, what? And you're like, I don't know. I just got hired to be the lead actor on this next Tyler Perry movie. I'm going to celebrate with you like, yeah. And then if, there's some interested third party or whatever, or anything, I might be talking to somebody and be like, I know this girl who just got selected to be one of the lead actors in Tyler Perry's next movie. Like, what? Yeah. I'm so happy for her. And then you call me back like, oh, by the way, don't tell nobody. They don't want nobody to know that they done already selected the lead actress. Like, hey, don't tell nobody that I told you about that friend of mine who's the lead actress. But if you tell me right out the gate, like, this is just between me and you, it's just between me and you. But again, if they ask, I'm honest to a fault. I'm honest to a fault. If they ask, yeah, I did. I shared it with somebody. I'm going to look at your karate text when I get off the air, which is about to be right now. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me for a long time. Yes, I do intend on being on tomorrow. I saw somebody ask me that question. I do intend on being on tomorrow. If I'm castigated tomorrow, if I'm the bad guy, if people mad at me tomorrow for the stuff that I said on this show tonight, it's y'all fault. I don't know who the snitch is. Realistically, it ain't got to be no snitch. Not my show is open to the public. So anybody could click on it and watch it. It's a lot of show to watch today, so I doubt that anybody is going to be going through this. So if they was watching and they already heard it, but it is what it is. Enjoy the rest of y'all evening. It's out there. It's raining and stuff out there. So if you're out and about, be careful. And as always, do your best to be the reason that somebody smiles this evening. Until next time, I'm out, y'all.